Hello and welcome to Learn with Vue Designer series. I am Ahmed Kaja from Pinegrow, and in this course, we will transform a static HTML landing page called Pizzeria into a dynamic Vue Isles app. And at the end, we will also convert the Isles app into Vitepress and Astro app by reusing our components, logic, and data. Now, we will learn by doing, and in this process, learn the basics of Vue.js and explore the big question as to why even do this. Why convert an HTML page into a Vue app, dynamic app. Note, we are not going to design any new components in this course, only convert an existing page. We'll save creating and designing new components for upcoming courses in this series. In the upcoming courses, I will integrate feedback and slowly enhance this app, adding features like displaying a cart, a checkout process, and eventually make this a full stack app. So the idea is to progressively learn. So this course is perfect for developers who love classic technologies, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, especially ECMAScript, and who are curious and want to explore and learn Vue.js. Now, to build this app, I will be co-authoring it using Visual Studio Code and Vue Designer, a visual IDE for Vue apps. You can try Vue Designer at vuedesigner.com, and there's a fully functional trial available, though any editor will actually work for this course. We will also do a little bit of ChatGPT if you're into AI, and also do some design magic by theme customization, which I'll keep it as a surprise for later. Now, the best way to learn a tool is to use it and build with it. But if you want to get familiar with the interface before taking this course, you can please check out Vue Designer's walkthrough guide, which you can access from our documentation or by accessing the walkthrough guide from the help menu of Vue Designer app. Now, ensure you have Node.js and Git installed. Find the installation steps online if needed. I recommend you follow along. We'll make commits at each chapter's end for easy reference on GitHub later. Everybody's journey is unique, so speed up, slow down, skip or revisit topics as needed based on your skills and learning pace. And remember, you don't have to do this course in a single day. So let's dive in. So the Pizzeria landing page is a very simple template, HTML template by Pinegrow. I will include the link of this in the description or the pinned comment below. It has a couple of sections. It's got a hero section and it's got a feature section, and it displays a bunch of pizzas in the middle, and it has a nice footer. So now what we're going to do is I am going to go to my Visual Studio Code and then open my terminal. I can use the shortcut command tilt, and then I'm going to navigate to where I want my project to be created. I'm going to make a directory, new directory. I'm going to call it Pizzeria, and then I'm going to, it's already existing, so I'm going to cd into it. And in here, I'm going to create a new directory, and I'm going to call this Pizzeria-HTML. So it's a new folder, and I'm going to cd into it, Pizzeria-HTML, and I will open this new folder in my editor. Now you can drag and drop this new folder from your file explorer into VS Code. So it is an empty folder at the moment. So I'm going to create a new file. I will call it HTML index.html, and let's come back to our Pizzeria landing page, and I will right click and view page source and copy this whole HTML content and go back here to index.html and paste it here. So that's our HTML content. I saved it. And in addition to that, we need two more files. One is actually in the header here. It is called project db.pgml. I will explain what this file is in due course. I'm going to click on this. It will open as a new file, and I will navigate to where our project is. It's called pizzeria-html, and save that file in there. And then we need a third file, which is all the way in the bottom of this page source. I will scroll down, and it has, so this page has very minimal JavaScript, just for the hamburger menu when in a smaller size window. So I'm going to command click this so that it opens in a new tab, and save this file, and I will save it as in a path by creating a new folder called PGIA, and within that I'm going to create another folder called lib, and within that I'm going to save this as pgia.js. The reason I did that was basically because that's the way it's kind of used in this page. So now let's close this page source in this file and get back to our editor. So we've got an index page and the JavaScript and also the PGML XML file. So now that this is done, in the next chapter we're going to create a new Iles app, a Vue app. But before that, let's define something. So I've been using the term static, static HTML template. Let's define static. Static, what it means is basically it was pre-generated and authored by someone as a HTML document or rendered by a build tool. And when the user opens a URL, that particular document is sent to the browser. So it was basically static. It's a basic static HTML template. Static doesn't mean that there's no JavaScript it doesn't have any interactivity. It doesn't mean that. It's in the context of static site, static hosting. We can deploy that in a CDN, the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that's what static means, because static can mean different in different contexts, which we'll see later. And that's all for this chapter. Let's create a new app in the next chapter. All right, let's create a new Vue Isles app. I'm going to open a new editor window, maximize it, open my terminal, and I'm going to cd into our location, courses, and I'm calling it Pizzeria in there. And then I've got Vue Designer open. Click on the new project button and select Iles, which is the framework we're going to use. Iles is a Vue-based meta-framework that generates static sites in a MPA flavor. MPA is multi-page application. So we are not going to do any SPA in this course. Iles generates an MPA multi-page application. And this, the Pizzeria landing page is designed with Tailwind CSS. So we'll choose Tailwind CSS and click on the clone to local folder button. So what this does is it copies a command that we can run in our terminal, and that clones a GitHub repo, which is a pre-designed template, so that it's easy for us to start this course. So let's go back to our editor. I'm going to paste it because it's in my clipboard, and change the name of this project. I want to call it Pizzeria-Iles. The HTML one, we called it Pizzeria-HTML. And what this does, enter, and what this does is it cloned a new project. And let's cd into this folder, and I'm going to open this new folder, new project in my editor. You can also drag and drop this newly created project from your file explorer. So we've got a big project compared to HTML1, which is quite simple, which I love HTML. Now we'll unpack all this shortly. The first thing we're going to do is open up the package.json, which is like a definition of a project, and it's a good practice to change the name of it. So we called our project Pizzeria-Iles. We'll do that, and then it has a couple of scripts, and the dev command starts the Vite dev server. And there's a lint command. So this template already includes a formatting and linting capability. So I am going to run npm install so that all the dependencies and dev dependencies in this package.json gets installed. Our dependencies have installed, and let's run this command npm run lint. which is this command here, which is a chained command for both linting and formatting. So what that did is it linted and formatted our project, all the files in the project. But the thing is, like, we do not want to just lint and format from the console, but in this course we'll be actually working on the files directly as well. So I'm going to go to src folder, open up HeroSection.Vue. Don't get scared of this component. If you're new to Vue, we'll actually unpack everything. But you can see that it's nicely highlighted. It's quite possible that it's not getting syntax highlighted at your end. It's because when we work on Vue, we generally use Visual Studio Code extension, which is called Vue Language Tools, which is based on amazing work by Johnson Chu called Voila. So in order to install that, there's a folder in the template on the top, which is .vs Code, and that includes the extensions.js. The easiest way to install these recommended ones is to go to the extensions tab in Visual Studio Code and type @recommended. And VS Code is smart enough to pick these three and then display them all here so that you can click on one button and then install them all. And that folder also includes another file called settings.json, which has the commands for the editor, and it's instructing the editor to save the file, format the file whenever we save it, and also lint it. So we will be actually working on the files, and when we save the file, it gets linted and formatted. Now let's do the most important thing, which we'll be doing in every chapter in this course, which is Git. So let's initialize a Git repo by clicking on this button. And I'm going to collapse all these folders. It's all fresh. And what I'm going to do is I am going to commit by saying initial commit. Actually, I won't call that. I'm going to make the commits sync with our chapter names. So I'm going to say 03 clone Iles Tailwind CSS template and commit. And if we have, if you've got GitHub already configured in your VS Code, you can push it to GitHub. So I've got that configured, and I can push it, and it'll actually create a public repository on GitHub. And I'm going to do it now by selecting the second one, and that creates a new repo on GitHub. And let's open it. Now our project is on GitHub, and what I'm going to do is I am going to open netlify.com and log in, authenticate using GitHub. Already have an account, and I'm going to add that as an existing project, and will deploy with GitHub because our project is in GitHub, and get authenticated. And then we can go in, and I can now search for my project here, Pizzeria. And I need to configure that so that it's visible. I've given it access, so I'm going to select that project here. And what Netlify does is it automatically populates these fields. So our build command is in fact npm run build, not now. And the published directory is dist folder. And then that's pretty much it. Deploy Pizzeria site. So we are actually going live, deploying our site to Netlify now. So Netlify is building the site. It will take 1 or 2 seconds. And it has already published our site. Now let's go up and then click on this link that Netlify generated for us. And it opens our production app. This is the template that we scaffolded from Vue Designer. It's a very simple one. It has got 3 pages, and then it's got a navbar, a HeroSection, and 2 sections and a footer. A footer and a navbar shows up in all the pages. Now let's come back to Netlify. So I'm going to copy this URL that Netlify provided us, and then come back to our project. And in our package.json, I'm going to replace this key called homepage because it's having the link of the template that we cloned, and replace that with ours because that's what ours is. And I will save this, and then we can also replace the GitHub link and I'm going to call it, I called it Pizzeria -Iles. And let's do our thing, which is we need to actually make sure that we commit every branch, every change that we're doing. So it is a good habit to run the lintern formatting before committing anytime. So I'm going to run the command npm run lint, which will lint all the files in the project to make sure that it's all formatted and linted. And we have one change, which is the package.json. And now I'm going to select that file, and then we are in chapter 3, and I'm going to commit that. I selected something else and commit, and then we can click on the sync changes, and that commit got pushed to GitHub. And what happens now is basically Netlify will instantly identify that there was a new commit. So if we refresh this page, Netlify would have instantly identified that new commit and then rebuild our site. And then it will keep doing it whenever it notices a new commit. So through this course, whenever you want to see how our site looks like in production, you can always open that Netlify link that we added to our package.json to refer to it. Now it's time to address a few unknowns till now. So I've been using the terms like, ILS, Nuxt, and, whatnot. Let's understand what those are. So basically ILS is it's a meta framework, Vue-based meta framework what it does is the tagline says the joyful site generator. So it's a static site generator that generates a multi-page application, and it is Vue-based. And now it has got a couple of features which we will actually go through in this course. And it is created by somebody by name Massimo Musini, and he is quite active in the Ruby and Jekyll and Vite space. So I'll also open the Twitter handle of Iles and open Twitter handle of Massimo Musini. So Iles is a meta framework, Vue-based meta framework, as simple as that. Now there are other meta frameworks that are quite popular, which are Nuxt, Quasar, and there's a lot more. But we are going to use Iles in this project. So another question you might have is like, why a meta framework? Why are we not scaffolding a new, fresh Vue.js project from the Vue.js documentation? The reason is quite simple. Let me go back to my slide pack. What meta frameworks does is it actually ticks a lot of boxes. For example, SEO and static site generation, server-side rendering, and a couple of things. Now this is just for a reference. Now I just wanted to show you all the green ticks, but we will actually come back to the slide all through this course to make sure that we understand all this, and because explaining it now will actually confuse you and scare you. So in this chapter, we're going to copy some assets from our HTML project into our Iles app. So I'm going to go to the HTML project, and I am going to copy this folder PGIA that contains the JavaScript, and then go to my Iles project, and we need to actually paste that inside a folder that's called public. Make sure that it's inside the public folder. I'm going to paste it inside public. And so basically anything that goes into public won't be processed by Vite, so that we can refer this JavaScript in our Iles app, which we'll see shortly. Don't be worried about it now. So now that we have pasted that, I'm going to do one key thing, very important thing, which is open the JavaScript file, and then in the top, I'm going to add some comment blocks, and then I'm going to say ESLint disable. And in addition to that, I'm going to add ESLint, and the second line I'm going to say prettier ignore, and save this file. Now the reason why we are doing this is very simple. We do not want this file to be linted and formatted because it came from an external source, and I'm going to close this now. So now let's go back to the HTML project, and there's a second file, which is that XML file. So I'll explain this shortly, but let's copy the content of this XML file and then go to our Iles project. And this also has the same file, and it is called project db.pgml. And then I'm going to select all and then paste what we copied from the HTML project and save it. So long story short, this is a file that contains the theme of the project of the Pizzeria landing page. And it was generated by Pinegrow, which is what Vue Designer is based on. We're going to use the same theme. So that's why I copied this across. Now let's do our thing. npm run lint. And we have linted, and let's make it a habit. And then now we have to go to the Git tab. And then this chapter 4, copy assets into Iles template. We added 2 files, and commit and change, sync changes. Now it's time to start our dev server. So I'm going to run npm run dev, which will start our dev server. So Iles uses Vite underneath. So it's a layer on top of Vite and Vue. Let's control click the URL, and that opens in the external browser. And we already seen this deployed to Netlify, so it's the same one. But we are in dev mode now. We are not in production mode. And let's now go to Vue Designer. I'll close this dialog where we used what we used for cloning, and then open our project. Our already navigated to where it is, and then select that project. Now this is a Vue Designer interface. So if you open a new project in Vue Designer, and if your dev server is already running, you can notice that it's displaying the Iles icon on the top, and the status is green, which means it's connected to the dev server. Now, if your connection did not establish, you probably haven't started a dev server, in which case you want to run npm run dev. And if not, if you already started a dev server and you're not connected, please try closing this project in Vue Designer by going to File menu and then Close Project and reopen it. When you reopen it, ideally it should connect. But if you are still not able to connect, please contact us. We are here to help. Now, interfaces are generally challenging to capture and train. So if this resolution is actually hurting your eye, please consider watching this course in full screen in a secondary monitor. Now, the first thing we want to do once our connection is established is click on this button in the middle, which is called Open the Startup Page. And what this would do is actually open our app in the internal browser window of Vue Designer. Now, you would immediately notice that it's completely different from what we saw in our external browser when we started our dev server. The reason is simple. If you recall, we copied that XML file that contained the design. Now, when we open a project in Vue Designer, what Vue Designer does is it actually reads that file and saves the theme or the design of that from that file as a folder called themes, which is connected to the Tailwind config, and it customizes the theme using these tokens. Now, don't get scared of this, worried about it. We will actually look at it a little later, but essentially that file is what changed the theme of it, so that we are using the same theme as the Pizzeria landing page, and that's why it's looking quite similar now. And it also includes the hero image. Now, quickly on the interface, so this is the one on the left is the project panel. We can actually look at all the files, and then if you double click on it, it'll collapse. And what you see in the middle is called the page view, which is your app. Basically what you see in your browser if you open the dev server URL. And it is actually, it can be resized to different, screen sizes. And what you see here is this is called the page tree. Now the page tree and the page view is always tied together. So when we select an element in the page tree, the corresponding element in the app is selected. So this div is actually highlighted here. And this div is what, it's in the middle. And we can also select the element from the page view as well. And that will select the corresponding, element in the page tree. So let's select this H1, and you can see that the H1 is selected. Now, the difference here is the page tree loaded a startup page, which is the hero section, which is on the top of the page. But this represents the source of the hero section component, while the page view actually represents the app. It's the real app. So basically this is called source DOM mapping, and this is quite powerful, and we'll be using that a lot. We'll see that a lot in this course. And before we move on, this page view actually has two modes for now. So you see this icon here in the toolbar. So if I select that, when it's turned on, it goes into a click mode. What it means is now we can interact with our app like how we do it in our external browser. Now, if I go back to our browser, we can interact with our app like how, open the menu and then navigate through. So we can interact with the app within the browser. Now, when we turn off the click mode is when it becomes into, turns into a edit mode, when you can actually select the elements for designing this component. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select just outside so that nothing is selected. And then I'm going to turn on the click mode, and I'm going to keep it on click mode for some time. And we'll go into edit mode a little later. So this is the page tree we just saw. And the panel that you see at the last here in the right end, right on the last right, is called the props panel. Now it's just the props panel that's kind of displayed, and there are more panels behind it. It's a group of panels. What this represents is it represents the props of the components or attributes of HTML tags. So we've got a div here, and which can take an ID and title. We got a div here, and we've got a base button, which is a component. When we select that, you'll see that all the props of the base button is actually displayed here. Now what we can do is we can change the color of that, and then let's say I will change this to green, and you can see that it's instantly getting reflected in the page. Let's say we want a bigger size button. I'll make it large, and then maybe if we want a smaller one, we can say XS. And there are different variants of the button, which is there's an outline mode. You can have a soft button. You can have a link, which will actually underline if you hover over it. So basically, it's a button component. Now, one important thing that we have to appreciate here is you can notice that when we're changing the props of the component, it's instantly getting reflected in an app thanks to Vite and the amazing lightning fast HMR, thanks to Ivan Yu and all the Vite contributors and maintainers of the Vite team. That's what makes this live designing very easy. The key thing is when we change the props here, we are literally playing locally within Vue Designer. The change hasn't actually been saved into this file yet. So in order to, so you can see that there's an asterisk on top of the file. So we need to actually save the file using Command S or Control S. And now is when we go back to our project here in Visual Studio Code and open HeroSection. And you'll notice that the base button has got that color green. But when we are actually not saving it, we are literally playing with it like how we do it in a playground. Now in this course, I'm going to be actually using two types of zoom in this interface. One is, you see here, this is actually a mode to fit the page within the size of the page view. We can enlarge, make it smaller and make it 100%. Note that it's actually not changing the CSS of the page. It's just displaying it. It's like, a command plus or minus on a browser. But there's another zoom, which is a little different, which is under the window menu, which is UI zoom. Now, sometimes I might actually zoom the whole interface. Let's say I want to change it to 125. Now it's actually the whole interface is zoomed. Now, the reason I might do this is just to actually show these panels a little larger. But remember, I am actually on a 15-inch MacBook Pro to make sure that this recording is done in Retina screen and it comes out in good quality. But if you've got a secondary monitor or a bigger screen, note that it generally is actually bigger, the interface, and you can manage your real estate the way you want based on your display and on your system. Now, for now, I'll actually go back to 100%. And note that if your panel is not looking like this, note that you can actually drag and drop these panels across. So if you want the tree on the left side, you can actually drag and drop it and put it next to this side. So you can resize it and move them around the way you want it. So I'm going to just keep it like this for now, just the tree and the props panel on the right. And let's get to the next chapter. Now in the next chapter, we're going to start with a hero section, which is the first component of this app. But before that, we want to clean up this template, because this is not our components. So I already explained you what the page tree is. What I haven't told you is if you click on the root node of the page tree, the component name here that says hero section, it'll actually open the app tree. Now the app tree is what displays all the components in this page. Now there are a lot of components that's making up this page, that makes up this page. And the beautiful thing is, if you hover over these components, it will highlight that in the page view. You can see that this is the NavBar desktop menu. There's a button, 3 buttons in that, and there's a dark mode switch, and there's a menu. And we've got the index page that this pages, and that's the hero section that we have opened. And it has a tick on the component that's currently loaded. Now what we can do is we can actually load any component in the page tree in our page in our tree. So I can click on index now, and what it does is it selects the index page that contains these different sections. And you can also notice when I select these different components, it actually scrolls through in the page as well. So this is our home page, index page, and it contains a hero section, about template, which is the middle section, and there's a walkthrough section. Now you might have the question as to where's the navbar and the footer. Now the navbar and footer is part of a layout because they're common across all the pages. They are part of a layout, which is one level up above the page. Now let's click on the app tree again, open the app tree, and you can see one level up, there's the default. Generally it's called a default.vue, the layout, default layout. So let's go into the layout by selecting the default tag in that app tree. Now what it did, it actually loaded the default component in the app tree. And now we can see, we can select the navbar, and it has a footer on the bottom. And in the middle, there's a slot, which is where the page is kind of mounted, and Iles takes care of it. What we want to do is we don't want to use these components. Let's do a fresh start, right? I am going to delete this footer. You can use the delete key on your keyboard, or also you can use the menu helper here next to the element. I'm going to delete. So our footer is gone. I am going to delete the navbar. The navbar is gone. Now note that it doesn't delete the whole file from the project, just from the layout. Let's go back to our index page. Now you can see the app tree is quite dynamic. It shows now, it doesn't show the navbar and footer anymore. Now let's go back to our index page, and let's select the hero section, delete, and let's select the next one, delete, and select the last one, delete. So we have cleared off our layout, the components used in the layout, and also on the home page. Now this template actually has multiple pages, but we are going to use only the home page at the moment. So we are focusing only on one page at the moment. Now this point when I'm recording this course, Vite is serving this app, and it actually displays the errors on the server on the page with the anything that's on the errors on the Vite server end. But if there are any errors on the app, the app that we built, or any warnings, it doesn't actually do an overlay on this page alerting us. So it might actually change in the future, but for now we need a way to actually keep an eye on that. So the way to do it is click on this view menu, and you can actually see something called Open DevTools. If you click on that, what it does is it actually opens the DevTools of Vue Designer. Now Vue Designer is based on NWJS, which is very similar to Electron. So it is a browser-based one. So I'm going to keep this console open, and I'm going to keep it in a secondary display just to keep an eye out for any errors or warnings, because otherwise we wouldn't know whether the app is broken or something is wrong. I would recommend you keep it open and keep an eye out, because sometimes we might be wondering why something is not working. And unless otherwise we have the console open, we wouldn't know. The other thing to take care of is we are going to co-author this, in this course with Vue Designer and Visual Studio Code, using the right tool for the right job. The key thing is when we are co-authoring a file in two editors, we need to make sure that it's saved on one end before swapping to the other. Otherwise, there might be two conflicting versions and we have to deal with it. So I'm going to save. And what this did is it saved all the changed files that we have opened in Vue Designer. Now you can actually look at the open files by going to window menu and then open documents. So we opened 3 components and we saved it, and only 2 got saved because the third one wasn't changed. So essentially when you save, it saves all the components open in Vue Designer. So basically you're saving the whole app. So now I can go to Vue Designer, so to Visual Studio Code. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to go into the File Explorer and go into a folder called SRC and under Components. So now I want to delete this hero section and the other components that came with the template because we want to do a fresh start. But before that, take care to close those components in Vue Designer. So the way you can close it is by simply closing that page that's open. All the open pages are closed, all the open loaded components are closed. Otherwise, we can't delete it at this end. So now we can delete this hero section, and we can delete the about section that was in the middle, because we're going to recreate all these. And then there's a walkthrough section. Let's delete that. And there's a footer section. Let's delete that. And I'm going to keep the navbar because it'll come into use a little later. So that's the set of components. And now let's come back to Vue Designer and let's do a fresh start. Let's open our index page, which is completely empty at the moment. We are going to build it now. And let's start with the hero section in the next chapter. And let's not forget to git commit. So I'm back in the editor, and in order to git commit lint, we don't have to stop the dev server. Instead, we can open a secondary terminal by clicking on this icon here, and then we can run npm run lint, and that should lint all our files. And we are in chapter 6. So we added the new assets and deleted a couple of components and emptied the index page, home page, and also the footer and layout from the default page. The navbar needs to go. I'm going to delete it off. So let's commit this now. We are in chapter 6. So clean up Iles template. I'll see you in the next one. That was quite a bit of a setup, isn't it? But cloning templates, starting dev server, linting, git, those all comes as practice if you're new to this workflow. Now let's start with our hero section, which is our first component. I am going to go to our HTML project, and I've scrolled down to the body tag. I'm going to select the end of the body tag, and I'm going to use some shortcuts on my Visual Studio Code to collapse all the tags within the body tag. And you can use the icons on the left here, and it has a main and a footer tag. Let's expand the main tag and select that first section, which is our hero section. And I'll copy it, go back to Vue Designer, and we've got the main tag, which is empty at the moment. We are on the home page, and right click on the home main tag. And before that, let me increase the zoom level, and then so that you can see the tree better. And I will increase the size of the tree as well. I'm going to right click on the main tag, and then there's an option called insert new component. Don't click it yet. There's actually a couple of icons that is floating on top of that. We want to select the third icon. What it means is we want to insert it as a child of the current tag. So clicking on that will actually open this dialog. Let's give a name for this component. I'm going to call it HeroSection.view. Okay. And what Vue Designer did is it used like a basic component template and created a HeroSection component file and then inserted that as a child of this main tag. Now we are still in the home page. Now we want the section that we copied from a HTML page inside this component. So the way we can do it is we already have done it. Click on the root tag here and then navigate into the hero section. And it's not loading for me. I'm going to try again. So we are inside the hero section now. Now we can actually select the tags within the hero section. It's just basically a placeholder div that has a span that has a name of that newly created component. I'm going to delete the div tag. And in order to paste a set of external code, the way we do it in Vue Designer is click on this insert button in the toolbar. And there's this dialog, there's this section in the middle where we can paste the code. And when we paste HTML code, it comes up with a button below this. What we can do is drag and drop that button as a child of the template. Now what we did is like we added that section that we copied from the the HTML source in here. Now Vite hasn't applied refreshed it. I'm going to save the page to see if it applies it now. Yes, it did. So it happens sometimes because HMR is probabilistic. It works most of the time, but there are some times when we might have to save the page or refresh the page. Now we got a hero section in here. And we've got an issue here, which is, you can see our original template had a navbar and it was on the top of the hero section. But this template has the navbar part of the hero section. Now what we want to do is go back to our default layout in our app tree. And you can see that it contains a div that has a slot for the page that goes into that in this page. It has a div that has a margin or top 24, which is a Tailwind class. I'm going to go to the props panel where for the selected tag, it displays a list of classes. I'm going to remove that margin top so that the page always starts from the top. So there's no margin on the top because the navbar is part of this hero section. So now that we are done with the hero section, let's go back to our index page and let's save this page and let's do our thing, which is go back to our Iles project, go to the Git tab and npm run lint. My terminals are very squeezed, but hopefully you've got a bigger screen and that linted everything. So always lint before you git. We added a new hero section component. We added removed the margin top from the default layout, and we added the hero section. We inserted that into the home page. Now we are in chapter 7 and commit, push. By the way, anytime you want to actually see what happens, because Netlify should have actually picked this commit and then start deploying this. Let's go to our browser and see if it has picked it up. I'm going to refresh this page. And it did pick it up. You can see that Create HeroSection component is building it. Now, if you don't recall the URL of our Netlify demo page, we added it to our package.json as a home page. Now, I haven't shown you before, but you can click on this Iles icon and that'll open something called the config panel. Now, the config panel is quite powerful, but we are not going to use that much in this course. Because we are using a predefined template, but essentially it has details around what the green status means, or if there's any other status color, you can actually open the config panel and read through what it means. It has a couple of information that the setup is done, the root project root is this, and we can open this first section. It lists a couple of packages, key packages in your package.json, and the first section contains the project information. And you can see that the home page that we added in our package.json is displaying below the name of the project. We can click on that to open our production deploy. Now you can see Netlify has picked up our deploy, and then it has actually added that in here. So it's all looking good. Now let's get to the next section, which is, I'm going to call this feature section, which is this part. Let's go to Vue Designer. Now I am in the home page. If you are elsewhere, use the app tree to navigate to the index page. And I've selected HeroSection component. I'm going to now right click now, just on top of HeroSection, and let's insert a new component. But this time I'm going to select the second icon because we want the feature section to be below the hero section. So I'm going to click on the second icon, and then let's call this feature section. And Vue Designer created a new component, inserted that below the hero section. And you can see down here, it has got that placeholder div, which has a span with the name of the component. Now again, in order to go into the feature section, we're going to do something new now. Instead of using the navbar, there's another way, which is if it was a component and not a HTML tag, we can double click on this tag in the tree in order to drill down into it. So what I just did was double click and then it went into it. So basically from the index page, we can double click into the hero section to drill down into the hero section. And I'll go back to the index page and double click on the feature section, and then we go back into the feature section. We drill down into that feature section. But of course, to come back, we have to use the app tree. If we double clicked on a tag, a HTML tag, which is not a component, what it'll do is Vue Designer will open that tag in an inline code editor for that element. So that this is kind of helpful sometimes in order to work on that tag as code, even though we hardly do it in Vue Designer because we want to do things visually. And this code editor is also available as a separate panel here. And we can actually edit that code of that particular tag that's selected, which is the element code editor. I'll go back to the props panel. And there's also a code editor that will open the whole component that's currently open. So the way we can open that is there's this icon here in the toolbar, and we can click on that. And what happens is that component that's currently open will open in the code editor, which is a Monaco-based code editor, which Vue Designer has integrated. Now, it's really up to you if you want to use it. I prefer personally to use Visual Studio Code and co-author it with Vue Designer, but you might be somebody who likes using one interface to work on it. So remember, this is a very simple, like a text editor kind of, it does have that capability. It doesn't have like language servers and stuff, so that it doesn't help you with IntelliSense. It does to a particular extent, but not TypeScripts and stuff. So, but it'll be quite handy whenever we want to do it. And I'm going to close this for now. And now we are inside the feature section. Now let's go back to our HTML project and do the thing, which is the second section. Copy that, come to Vue Designer and delete the empty div. And then add that as a child, that code that we copied inside the template. Now I'm going to do something different. Instead of selecting the insert button on the toolbar, I'll close this. What we can also do is we can actually choose to open that dialog by clicking on one of these helpers in this element menu. So here's this third icon, which will actually open the same dialog as a floating one. And I'm going to resize it a little bit. And what we can do is paste it here, and we can drag and drop, or even just click on this button, and then we already selected the location. So you can notice that it already inserted it, and escape should close that dialog. Now you would notice that there are more than one ways of doing the same thing in Vue Designer, and it is intentional. The reason being, like, what I might like might be different to what you like in terms of how you're going to use these capabilities. So you would notice that there are many ways, and you will end up sticking to one way that you actually like. So now that our feature section is in, let's select this section. And then you can see down here, if you scroll down, our feature section is in place and it's looking good. So basically our feature section is done. So I'm going to save. And before this, I want to actually open this page in an external browser and check what happened, right? I've got something, suspecting something is wrong. So in order to open this app in an external browser, you can actually click on this icon in the toolbar that will open the dev server URL in an external browser. And I will take this and then dock it right. And then I will have the original one on the left. And let's go to the top. Our hero section looks good. But if you scroll down, you will notice that there is a difference in the h tag. In here, it's not looking the same. There's a typo here. Sorry about that. And it's you can notice that this Lorem Ipsum is completely wrong. It's not the right style. I know what's happening here. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code, go to our Iles project, and in our src folder, there's an assets folder that has the tailwind.css file. And in here, the template that we cloned has some magic for the h1 and h2 and other heading tags, trying to make it responsive for different sizes. So I'm going to comment them off and then save this file, and we should automatically HMR it. Let's go back to our browser, and you can notice that now our Lorem Ipsum is actually the right size as this. But the left one is actually text gray, but the right one is not. The reason is if we go back to our HTML project, the whole body tag is applied at text gray 500, and that's what is missing in our template in our Iles project, but I'm going to ignore that for now. So now our feature section is done. Let's go back to Vue Designer. Let's not forget to save it. You see that there's asterisk here. Our feature section is done and feature section is saved. Let's do our thing. Come back to the project and then npm run lint as always, and then come to the Git tab, and we did update a couple of things. We inserted it in the index page. The hero section, I missed one of the tag when I copied it. So I added it in here, which is a flex grow. I'm going to commit this as part of this as a workaround. So we are in chapter 8. So let's commit chapter 8, created the feature section, commit, sync, done. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so we have a few more sections to go, and we can't be doing those sections one by one. And this time we're going to do something different. Let's go back to Vue Designer, and then let's go back to our index page and select the feature section, which is the last section at the moment, and come to our HTML project. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all the other tags in the body main tag, all the other sections in the main tag, and then come to Vue Designer and then paste that below this feature section. Now the way we again do it, we have to be specific, because Vue Designer, like Pinegrow, is not a painting app. Rather, it's based on a structured HTML. So we need to be specific around where we insert our code. So I'm going to use the helper here to insert it just below the feature section, and paste that code in here. Select this button, and that inserted all the code. Now you see that it's getting quite deep, our page tree. In order to collapse, we can use this icon, and if there are multiple sections that are quite similar, there's a shortcut here in Vue Designer. You can Alt and click on that, and all those tags in that level will collapse together. So this is a divider, and then below that is a pizza store, which is in the middle, and then below that there's a delivery section, and then below that there's a subscribe to newsletter section, and we don't have a footer yet. I've got something interesting planned for that. But now what we can do is select this first one, the divider, right click on it, and then click on convert into a new component. And then let's give it a name. I'm going to call it the divider. Now in Vue, we have this convention that components have to be 2 words, which is actually a good convention. It'll take some time for you to get used to it, but we don't call, name components as divider. We generally call it the divider, the footer. It is something that you'll get used to over time. So let's call that the divider, and that tag was converted into a component. Easy, right? So now let's select the next one, which is the one below that, which is our pizza store. Right click and convert into a new component, and then let's call it pizza store. And that's done. That was easy. And let's go to the next one and right click again. And then this one is called the delivery section, because it talks about delivery. You can name it whatever you want, by the way. And then the one below that is the subscribe section. Cool. So we have converted all the markup from the main body main tag from our HTML page. Let's now save our page, our app, and let's do our thing, which is go back to our project and npm run lint, and we are in chapter 9. Just copying the chapter name, and you can see that these are the new components and they were inserted into the home page. Commit, sync, getting into GitHub, and Netlify would have deployed it shortly. And I'll see you in the next one. All right, so we have reached the last section, which is the footer. I'm going to do something very interesting this time. I'm not going to insert the footer straight away below the subscribe section, and it's actually not part of the index page. We have to go to the default layout because the footer has to show up in all the pages. So it has to go below this this div, below this. Now what I'm going to do is let's open the project panel. You would notice that we hardly use the project panel because in Vue Designer, we are doing things visually in our app, and you would eventually end up using the app tree to navigate between different components in the current page. And we can even navigate across pages, which I'll show you shortly. So unlike Visual Studio Code, we don't use a project panel much here. But you can use it, but you wouldn't get the power of Visual Studio Code. You want to use the right tool for the right job. And expand the SRC folder, and we got the components folder. Right click on the components folder, and we got an option called add new component. When you select that, it comes up with a bunch of templates that we can use for our components. And let's select Iles, and you would notice there are actually more than one component template, and not just Vue, because Iles supports multiple frameworks like Astro. So it supports Solid.js, Svelte, Preact, and even vanilla JavaScript components. So what I'm going to do is select a Svelte component template, and then I'm going to call it the footer. And okay. So what we did is we created a new Svelte component called the footer, and that would that would have got created in the components folder. It's highlighted differently because it's not a Vue component, and now it wouldn't have got added to our layout directly because we created that just in the folder. I'm going to double click on the project panel to close it, and click on the insert, and let's now see this component section that shows up here. Now this library panel actually displays all the components in the project. We've got a base button, base icon, all our hero section, feature section, all of those. And you can see there's actually the footer. And what we can do now is drag and drop that below that div, and our footer is in. So select that footer, and you can see that that footer has a placeholder div. And now let's do our thing, which is double click to drill down into the footer, but it doesn't work. The reason being it's not a Vue component, and this is Vue Designer. It shows up in the app tree, but when we select that, it'll open in the code editor because it's not a Vue component, as simple as that. Now let's actually work on this. I'm going to go to our HTML project, and let's copy the footer tag, which is the last section, come back to Vue Designer, and Svelte components are quite similar to Vue components. They don't have the HTML tags within a template tag, the template under the template tag, rather it's just in the root itself. So there's a div. I'm going to delete that div and then paste that markup I just copied. Let's save that file and let's close this code editor now. Now you notice that our footer is in here and it's kind of showing up nicely. Let's open the app in the external browser and have a look. Our footer is down here and it looks exactly like our source project. So basically Iles supports multiple frameworks. That's what I want to call out. And we can actually use other type of components like Preact and Svelte and solid ones. The only framework it doesn't support yet is React. There is a feature request and it's still pending. So if you are able to do a PR, please go and do a like and give it a shot. So we've got a Svelte component. So that completes all the sections from our static HTML. As always, let's conclude this chapter by going back to our component. And you would notice that, Svelte actually is, it's quite powerful. It's kind of showing a lot of, it's showing that there are a lot of hrefs that are missing, accessibility properties that should be there, which is quite smart. And let's do our thing, which is npm run lint. And you will notice that only the Svelte components showing up, the layout is not showing up, which is because that's why we need to make sure we save our files that's updated on Vue Designer before swapping to our editor. Now you'd notice that it's all kind of showing up. Now let's do the lint again. And let's, so this is chapter 10. And sync, and we deployed. I'll see you in the next one. Now we got one more thing to convert from our HTML template. I'm coming to the browser here. You can notice that on the top we've got a hamburger that opens a menu. Now that menu is not active on our Iles app. We need to add that JavaScript to the head tag. So the way we do it is in Iles, under src folder, you would find a file called app.ts. Now let's open that, and this is called the entry file of our Iles app. Now it's quite similar to the main.js if you have used Vue before. So this is where we kind of add plugins, Vue plugins to our app, and then configure the head tags and other information. Now this template already has a head config coming from somewhere. Now we can command click on this head config so that it opens that file. It's sitting somewhere within a plugin in src folder. And this function returns a bunch of head tags. And you can see down here, there's a script section, a script property, where we can add a JavaScript. So I'm going to create an object here, and we need to pass the source. And let's go to our public folder where we have our JavaScript, and then right click on pgia.js and copy our relative path and paste that as the source here. Now we need to remove public from this URL path. The reason being the public, anything within the public is not, doesn't go through the Vite build chain. It'll just be copied to the deploy directory. So in our deploy directory, it'll directly be pgia/library/pgia.js. Now, we do not want this inserted in the head tag, rather we want to insert this in the body tag. Because if you recall, in our original template, if I go into the DevTools and Command plus to enlarge it, you would notice, oh, it's too big, that the PGIA, that JavaScript is added to the end of the body tag. So we want that exactly where it was, just to make sure that we have a like for like. So the way we can do that is basically, this can also take another property called tag position, and that can say body close, and there are different tag positions. Now if we save this, and then now let's go back to our browser, and I've got the dev server URL open this side. We should have updated the HMR on this, and now let's try a hamburger menu, and it works exactly like HTML template. So basically what we've done is we have converted our static HTML into an Iles app, along with inserting the JavaScript from the body script tag into the Iles app using the entry file. Now, in the whole process, it's a very simple application, real-time application that you probably build is going to be a little complex more than that, but that generally is the concept in terms of converting a static HTML page into a Vue Iles app. And now we're going to build our app in the next chapter. But before that, let's go back to VS Code. And you see this head tag, it has a couple of other information that we can actually manage. That's helpful for SEO. On top of that, next to in the src folder, next to the app entry file, there's also something called site.ts. If we open that, it has the title and description of our site. So I'm going to call this Pizzeria, and the description, I'll just call it Yummy Pizzas, and author is Pinegrow. And then you see this array here, nav. It's an array that holds all the the pages, the nav links of the pages in the project. Now we are working only on the home page, but we will actually add more pages to our app shortly. But just remember, this is where it comes from. So I'm going to save this, and let's also open the pages folder and open the index home page. And you notice that Iles actually has a convention in the Vue component file. It can have a tag called page, which can take a title, and this title will be used when that page is open in the browser. So page head is kind of done this way, and also a site level metadata is also done. So what this means is I can go back to our slide deck, and then we see there's a SEO at last. Now we have touched it very little, but there's more that Iles provide. So I'm just ticking this off in this list of features that we have to review at some point in time. So now let's do our thing, which is go to our Git, and then npm run lint, and we are in chapter 11. We just added the hamburger to the head tag and also updated some metadata. Sync, and that pretty much completes the migration. Now we haven't really converted all the information from the head tag in the source project, but we have touched on the key ones, which is what we need for this migration. But obviously, we'll have to go through the head tag and make sure that all the metadata has been properly transferred. Well, I'm going to skip that for now, but I hope you get the picture. Now it's time to build our app in the next chapter. I'll see you there. So now that we have converted our static HTML page to an Iles app, it's time to build it. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. I'll stop the dev server, and we can search files in Visual Studio Code using a shortcut Command P, and then type the file name. I'll open the package.json, and it has a command build to build the app, and also a preview command to preview the build remember you have to build before running the preview command. And there's a command called now, which chains both, which builds as well as preview, so that it builds and then opens that in a browser. I want to run the npm run now command to build, and we can preview it. So what the build does is it actually builds the whole project, and it the preview opened in the browser, and it's a static page. We'll talk about rendering shortly. And let me come back here, and the build command created built the project under the dist folder. Let's open the dist folder, and you can see that pgia folder was copied straight from public folder into the deploy folder. So that's why we removed the public name from the URL when we added our script in the head tag, in the body tag. It has an assets folder that has CSS. Tailwind does the just-in-time compiling. All the styles are in there. And then we have 3 pages: index, quick start, and subscribe. But we touched only on the index page. The quick start and the subscribe are actually from the template. So let's open the index page, and you can see that the head tag is quite rich. It has a lot of OG tags, Twitter and everything is in there. And then there's a body tag, and you can see that the HTML is minified. And let me go back to the head tag, and you notice that the OG URL is actually showing the URL from the template that we used. Now, what it means is our metadata is not correct. Now, when we built our app, what Iles did is it uses the config that we have provided. So the template comes with an îles.config.ts, which is very similar to tailwind.config.ts or vite.config.ts. So îles.config.ts has a couple of configuration. It's a very powerful place. We will actually come back to this shortly, but it contains a site URL that we can give, and that Iles will use that for all those purpose, like the OG URL and other spots, and also for the sitemap. So now we already deployed our site to Netlify under this one. So I am going to copy this from the package.json homepage property, and then paste that in here and save. And now let's stop, and then npm run build. I'm just going to build now, not open it in a browser, because we know that the build actually is working. Now let's go and check the dist folder and the index page. You can see that it did use the right one, and the sitemap actually has the right information. The sitemap is useful for SEO, which is what search engines look for as well. Now this folder, dist folder, would actually look very different if Iles was actually building a single page application. So as I told you already, Iles builds a static site, which is a multi-page application. So this is the index page that it built. Now let's do a very interesting experiment. Just to make sure that we understand the differences if this concept is quite new to you. I'm going to copy this index page completely, and then go to our HTML project. And then in here, I'm going to create a folder in the root. I'm going to call it Iles builds, and then create an index file inside that, index.html, and then paste that file in here. And then you can see that Vite has already, minified it. I'm going to save so that my formatter in Visual Studio Code will auto formats it. And it has auto formatted it to its best effort. And let's go to the other source HTML page, and then I'm going to save this as well. Now, Visual Studio Code has a very, very useful compare feature. And this is how it works. We can right click on file 1, the first file, and then select for compare. And then we can right click on the second file and then compare with the selected one, which is the first file. And what Visual Studio Code does is it does a code compare. I'm going to collapse this, and then this is the comparison. And let's ignore the head tag for now because that's an area we did not focus much. We pretty much looked into the main tag in the body. And you can notice that this is the hero section and it is actually looking good. And then you can see that there's a bit of formatting issue here, but it's primarily around just the size of my dual window. And then if you scroll down, you would notice that there's a slight difference, but this difference is not a difference in code. If you look close, this anchor tag is having its close in a separate line. So if I move this span close to the line above and do a return in the next one, and then close it in the same line, and then move the button close down, it matches. Now the differences that you see in the body tag is pretty much this formatting difference, and our code is actually the same because we did not do any processing to the template. It's just a pure HTML markup that we transferred from our source HTML project to this. So what Iles did was basically generated a static page, which is what we started with. So it generated a static site, from what we provided. What it was a static site to start with. So the big question is, why do this? Why in this process, what we have done is we have exposed ourselves to complexity. A complexity, if you're new to this workflow, which is a node-based project that has a package JSON, npm dependencies, and then there's a config file, and there's a Vite dev server. You get the picture. Is it worth it? Is a question. Now, a different way of rephrasing that question is like, what did we gain in this process, and is it actually? So I think we'll have to be optimistic and look answers for that, which we'll actually do in the next few chapters when we will actually dive into Vue, because till now we haven't really done it. But before that, let's quickly do our thing, which is npm run lint and git lint. And what we did was just update the site URL in here, and this is chapter 12, and commit, sync, and done. I'll see you in the next one, which is about rendering. Now, I'm not going to go very deep in this topic because rendering strategies, if it is new to you, can actually confuse you because the multiple rendering strategies. But I think I just wanted to call out the fact that basically what rendering means is we've got a template that we have constructed using our templating language that has some variables and dynamic data, which we haven't done yet. But basically, that data has to be mixed with the markup, and then a document has to be created. And that is what is delivered to the users when they open our URL. And that mix is called rendering. Basically, it's about mixing the template with the JSON or the data and building that document together. Now, depending on what type of site we're building, rendering can happen at different times. Our source project, the HTML project, was pre-rendering at authoring time. I just made up that term. But what we just did in Iles is pre-rendering at build time. And if you think about WordPress or a PHP site or something like that, it's pre-rendering on demand. What happens in WordPress and other sites is basically the documents are dynamically generated. That's why they're generally called dynamic websites, where when we open a blog, WordPress is going to take our markup template and then have the data from the blog, mix it up, and then send the document across to the client, to us. So that document is put together on the server. But now we have actually, it is also the same concept now, but it's just that our server is actually working just on build time. So even in a server-side rendering WordPress example, we still call it pre-rendering because we see rendering from the eyes of the client's browser, because it's pre-rendered in the app server of WordPress before it comes to us. So what we just did is pre-rendering at build time, and there's pre-rendering on demand, and there's also rendering on client side, which is what SPA is about. But I wouldn't go quite deep into that now because MPAs are quite easy to, multi-page applications are quite easy to understand because WordPress made sure that most of the web is actually a multi-page application. So that's what rendering is. I don't want to go any deeper, but feel free to learn this topic if it is new to you, because there are a lot of rendering strategies. And this rendering strategy is depending on whether it's a static site or a SSR will actually gives rise to frameworks and what they can support. In Iles, Jekyll, Hugo, Astro, they all support static site generation, like what we just did. And in an MPA style, what we just saw in the dist folder. And there's also server-side rendered, which is WordPress, Laravel, and Astro does it as well. Now, I told you like that dist folder will look completely different if it was actually a SPA, which is examples of some examples of Vitepress and Nuxt. And for SSR, Nuxt and Quasar, and there are a lot of other frameworks as well. I'm focusing just on Vue frameworks and a few examples just to relate it beyond Vue. But you can notice that Vue can be used in any of these boxes. That's the key thing, because I think there's a general misconception that Vue apps are generally single page applications and it's poor in SEO. Just a general perception, but the thing is, Vue is designed in such a way that it's actually built in layers where the Vue's reactivity is in the center and there are actually other layers built on top. So you wouldn't be surprised that Laravel is mixed with Vue templating quite commonly, and it's used in all these different areas in all these combinations. Just want to call out this, and now let's get into the interesting topic in the next chapter. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so before we jump into Vue and explore that big question of why do we adopt all those complexities or all those additional workflows and stuff, I want to call out a key thing, which is we did not use Vue till now, at least not directly, because we didn't do anything like import reactivity from Vue or anything. All that we did is we used only the Vue component structure called Vue component structure, and that's the beauty of Vue. It actually it's designed in such a way that the component structure is a valid HTML file, and it's generally called a single file component. So a single file component has 3 sections. And now, before jumping into this, when you hear this, if you're hearing this term for the first time, depending on how the mood of your day was or how your day turned out, it can be a term that can entirely scare you, and it'll be like, wow, that's a very complex name for something. But it's quite simple, so that's why I just want to make sure that we talk about this before getting into Vue. So a single file component basically has 3 sections: a script section on the top, and there's a template in the middle, and there's styles on the bottom. And styles are generally scoped with a scoped attribute and tied to the template markup. Now, when we created our component and converted our sections into those components, all that we did is we just added that markup only to the template section. But the script section can give life to that template, and the scoped styles can actually give styling to that template, to this component. So the key thing is, there's this interesting website called component-party.dev, which has a nice comparison of how a component will look like in some of the key frameworks. It's basically comparing the component structures of these frameworks, and it's a quite interesting one. And it's really around trade-off. Each framework has trade-offs, and technology decisions, our decisions, is really around whether those trade-offs works for us. They all have their strengths and challenges. But the key thing I want to call out is, like, if we have a slider where HTML syntax components and JSX are the other end, Vue is right in this end where its domain-specific language that Vue uses is 100% HTML compliant document. That single file component is a HTML document. And even Svelte and Astro is also HTML based DSL, but they do have a little bit of JSX magic for good reasons from their perspective. So what it means is, when it comes to Vue, if you love HTML, then it'll be very easy to learn Vue, especially if you're not ready and you want to even do it later in the future. Just remember that one key thing, because that is a very key, a big strength of Vue. Now let's Vue and let's jump in and do some magic so that we can answer our big questions. I'll see you in the next one. Now, if you have made it this far, thank you and well done. Thank you for your patience, and let's Vue. Let's start with, let's go back to Vue Designer. And then in this chapter, what I'm going to do is just double click on this props panels header so that we can collapse that bunch of panels. And then I'll reduce this a little bit and then increase the size of my page a little bit just to look bigger. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to turn off this click mode so that the page goes into edit mode. Now we've got HeroSection already loaded. Now you would notice that we were just in the layout component. Let me go back to that. And then when I selected a tag that belonged to that's part of the HeroSection, the page tree automatically navigates and selects the component of that tag. So since the HeroSection was already loaded in the page tree, when I select, for example, this button here, this div, it automatically opened HeroSection and then selected that particular tag. And if we go down, and there's this feature section below that, and we are not able to select that button. The reason is simple. It's just that the feature section is not one of the loaded component. So essentially, when we want to work on any of these components, we have to load that in the tree first. Loading is again quite easy. You already know that we can navigate in the app tree. Another way to do it from the page is basically when you select any spot in the page, if it is part of a component, it'll come up with a box around it and says which component it's part of. Now this, when I'm clicking on top of this, it's actually part of the feature section component, and we can click on this title feature section in order to load that component or drill down into the component. And now that feature section is loaded in the page tree, now we can actually select the tags here, and we've got a button here. And let's scroll down a little bit more and go to the pizza store, select this, and we note that pizza store is not loaded. I'm going to click on this to load that component in the page tree or in Vue Designer, and that has a button as well. And it has 8 pizzas, and it has another button, and this section also has a button. Another way to drill down into the component is also, if instead of clicking on this, like how we double clicked on the component name in the page tree, we can double click here in this component area to drill down into that component. I just double clicked on it, and then I was able to drill down into that component. And we've got a button here. And let's drill down into the subscribe section as well. And then we'll be able to, I just double clicked on it, and then we've got a subscribe button here. And our footer, let's try double clicking on it. It'll open in the code editor because it's not a Vue component, this is a Svelte component. I'm going to close that for now. Now we can actually go to any of these elements, and the page tree will automatically load the corresponding component if it is already a tag, a component in the page tree, if that is already loaded in Vue Designer. Now I'm going to focus just on the buttons. buttons on this page. And you can see that we have a button here, order now. What I'm going to do is a button is a good candidate for to convert that into a component. I'm going to right click on the tag in the page tree on the anchor tag, and then say convert into a new component. I want to call it MyButton.view. So we have done this already. So that anchor tag will convert into a component called MyButton. And now we've got this button, which is a little softer looking. What we can do is we can delete that anchor tag and then duplicate this button, a component that's the element in the page tree. Let me collapse some of these in here. So we got this button. We can duplicate this using Command D or using this helper in the element menu. We can duplicate it. So we got two buttons now. And this was a little softer, but I'll come to that a little later. So we got two buttons, and this is called, so this is an issue because both of their labels are hard-coded. We'll get to props shortly, but let's leave this for now as it is. And then let's come down, and there's a button here, and it's part of the feature section. And let's also replace this with MyButton. We can just drag and drop that MyButton just above that anchor tag or below that, and then delete that previous one, the anchor tag that's already there, which said learn more. And then we also have a button in the pizza store section. I'm going to just change just the first one for now. I'm going to drag and drop MyButton just above that anchor tag, and then delete that other one that said order now. And then I'm going to leave the other ones as it is now. Keep going, and then there's a full menu. Again, delete that, and then we'll insert MyButton in there. We've got that there instead of full menu. Keep going. Delivery section, we've got another anchor tag. Now another way of entering some new tag in your tree is we can actually delete that, and then we already have this element menu helper. I want to add next to this, and then this opens the library panel. Here I can say MyButton, and that's a tag, and it's actually using the pug syntax, even though pug is not used in the page tree or in the actual template. Just for this dialog alone, pug can be used. So I can do something like div and then space span, and within that I can say hello, and that will actually create that set of tags. Now I'm going to just say MyButton, and then I will select that so that it adds below this. This is another way of adding it. Instead of if you're someone who doesn't like drag it, who wants a faster productive way, then that is another option of doing it. Let's keep going. We got a subscribe button, and let's delete that. And then I will add the MyButton up here, which is recently used, and that's the subscribe button. And it blends with the background. And we have a couple of buttons in the footer, but the problem here is it's a Svelte component, and we can't use a Vue component inside a Svelte component. And now this is where it gets a little challenging when we are mixing multiple frameworks. Now, there are a couple of solutions to this. We could create a MyButton.Svelte component and then use it in here. Another option, another valid use case is maybe you're using Iles with Svelte, because that set of components in the components folder doesn't have to be all Vue components. It can be like 100 Svelte components, and your whole and we're using Vue only for the pages to bind all those together. So in that case, it's a valid use case. So this is going to be a little challenging. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip that section for now. And then let's go all the way to the top. And then what we've done is we have replaced all those buttons with one generic button component. Now, if we have to change all these buttons into, let's say, if we got a requirement that all the buttons have to be rounded. Now we got one place to actually change it, which will be the MyButton component. Let's drill down into the MyButton component by double clicking into it, and that will load a MyButton in here. And let's select the anchor tag. And now this one MyButton actually maps to multiple instances on this page. Now, if I scroll up and then select this, you can see that it's still the same button. It's still the same button. Now, if I come back to the tree and select that, it'll just stay in the button we want to design in. And what I want to do is open the props panel. And I did tell that we're not going to do a lot of Tailwind, but I'm going to just do one small thing. I hope you are okay with that. I'm going to add a class, and I say rounded 3XL. What it does is it converts the the edges, borders into rounded. And now if you look at all the other buttons, they are all consistent now. Now this color is a little messed up, but you can see that all the other buttons that we replaced are all consistent. And that's the beauty of making anything into a component, right? Because it's not just reusable, but it's easy to maintain as well. So that's a big win. Now let's save this, and then let's get to something interesting on the button topic shortly in the next topic. Let's do our thing. npm run lint. Make sure that you save the app before doing that. And let's npm run lint, and let's add. So we are in chapter 15, and commit, change, sync change. I'll see you in the next one. All right, we're still in the button topic. Now, something as simple as a button can actually grow quite complex in its design, because it has to be reusable. It has to be flexible for different ways of using it. And that's where component libraries come into play. There are amazing component libraries like Vuetify, NavUI, and NuxUI, and a couple of other component libraries. We'll actually park component libraries for future exciting courses. But in this one, our template already had a BaseButton component. It came with a BaseButton, which actually is well designed. Let me open that in Visual Studio Code. And it takes a lot of props or inputs to it. We'll do props shortly. It takes colors, variants. It has a couple of variants, and it's designed based on NuxUI component library. And it's kind of designed, it's quite a complex one. We're not there yet. But what we can do is start using some of these components that are very useful. What I'm going to do is I am going to replace our MyButton with the BaseButton component. Now, there are a couple of ways to do it, replace it. Let me minimize this. So we've got a button here, and then it said order now. We can delete that, and then we can insert the BaseButton above the current one. And that's a BaseButton. And that's one way of doing it, but it's a little small. We'll fix that shortly. Another way of doing it, which would be, we can select the MyButton. What essentially we're doing is we're just changing the tag. So right click on the MyButton and then transform, and we can change it to something else, maybe a H1 or whatever it is. But in our case, it's a component. So we can click on this triple dot and then say BaseButton. So what this does is it converts the MyButton tag into a BaseButton tag, which is a valid use case for us. It's not having a label at the moment. We will fix that shortly. Let's fix it right away. Now, these buttons are quite interactive. So I'm going to open the props panel now, and we are in the hero section. Let's select the second button for now, and then it takes like numerous props. It has a label, and that button was called our menu in the original source. We've given a label, and the first one was called order now. So those were two buttons, and they were generally bigger. So let's change the size of it to large. We can select multiple elements in the page tree and then change a prop together for both the tags. The common ones will change that particular prop. And we need to add some margin so that there's a bit of a gap to it. Again, one easy way to do is like add a margin using a Tailwind class. But what we can do is we can also use the styles panel, which is actually the style tag of the single file component of the hero section. So we can add an inline style. So what we can do is we can use the visual editor and add, go to this, click on this margin padding size icon. And there's a control here where we can add some margin on the left, and let's say 10 pixel. And then that added a left margin of 10 pixel. Now that we added that left margin, we can come back to the props, and we can now change the variant, what type of button it is, because it was looking a little more softer earlier. I believe we can try the outline, which doesn't look great. Let's try the soft, and it looks good. So those were the two buttons. And I am going to, let's keep going. And then this one was called Learn More. And it went into the button component because it's selecting the anchor tag within it. But we can come back outside one level up by just selecting a tag above it, so that it'll be in the feature section, so that we can select the MyButton. I will just use the right click method to change it to BaseButton, but you could choose to drag and drop and replace that. And then change the label of that to Learn More. And that looks good. And we need to make it a little bigger. MD, no, large. Yep, that looks good. And let's keep going to our pizza store. The same thing, order now. Select the tag above that so that we can select it in the page tree, and then right click. Now I'm going to do something different here. I'm going to escape to close the context menu. Since the button, this particular selected element is the same as what's represented in the page view, we can achieve the same thing by right clicking on the button in the page view, and then select transform and then say BaseButton. And it still works. And then this is called, it needs to take a label, order now. But you notice that essentially it's the same, because the source DOM mapping is still the same tag in the source, and we are working on the source. And Vite is making sure that HMR is lightning fast and it's like, instantly updating in the page view. Let's keep going down. I think I'm okay with the size of this button in the pizza card. We've got 3 more buttons. Let's change this one. It said full menu. I'm going to right click here and then transform, and then actually cancel, and then right click, and then you can see that transform has that as up here. And notice that there are some differences between how we work when we work on the page view instead of the page tree. The reason being, the page view can actually have the elements in Z order, so that it's one on top of the other. So sometimes it might not be selectable. So that's why working on the page tree gives you more accuracy, and it's kind of generally recommended. So let's change this to base now, and then give it a label called full menu. And it was actually a little bigger. And then let's change it to large. And then this was, again, it said order now. So I'll go into, so you can see that I'm quickly navigating across components, and I'm selecting tags, and if I select the button, I'm inside the button, and then if I select the one outside that, I can go back to the other component. Again, I'll do the same thing, transform into a base button, and I'll keep it order now. as the label. And then this is our last one, which was subscribe. Now you can see again, like we went inside the MyButton component because we selected that, but we can always select a tag outside to select that MyButton. And then let's change that to again a base button, and the label would say subscribe. Subscribe. Cool. And you see that it's not blending well with the background. We can change the color of it. So we can change it to a secondary color, which kind of stands out. And let's make it slightly bigger. Maybe a large one. No, medium would actually fit better. We could add some margin on the left, but it's okay for now. And looks great. So what we just did is we replaced all our MyButton in the page with a base button, and then we kind of use the props to design it. And that's generally how we build Vue apps. It's component by component, one component at a time, and we reuse it. If we change anything in a base button, for example, let's say we want to make all the buttons back to the squared circle with a softer edge. We can now customize that within the base button. And let's do that. Let's go back to, I just saved all the files, and let's go to base button. This one is quite complex just because it was designed, taking inspiration from Next UI. The config is stored in app config file. And then let's control click on that, and that will go into that file where we have the design for the button configurable in a separate module. Let's control command click this button, and that will go into that buttons definition where we can change the rounded now to LG from 3XL, save. And now let's come back, and Vite has done its magic again. Now you can see that our page is, obviously I'm actually recording this in a smaller screen, but you probably have a bigger, hopefully you've got a bigger display. And I'm also zoomed in as well, just to make sure that you are able to follow this easily. But at any point in time, we want to see our page without the clutter of the panels, because we are not in a work mode, but we just want to see how it looks like. We can click on tab, which will hide the panels, and then we can just look at the page on its own without all the panels. And you can see all the buttons are now replaced, and it's looking really nice. And that's our base button component. Let's save the app, go back to Visual Studio Code, and let's do our thing, which is this is the base button component, and I will npm run lint, and let's this is chapter 16, and we just replaced all our button with that. I'll see in the next one with icons. So the next ideal candidate to convert into a component is the icons in this page. I'm going to increase the page size so that we can look at the icons in the navbar here. They are all at the moment SVG icons, and it's actually an anchor tag that's wrapping them. So we got a couple of options to do, convert this into a component. One is we can create each of these into a icon facebook.vue or icon twitter.vue and then reuse them. Another option is we can actually use iconify icons as CSS classes. That's a lot of cryptic word, but since it's an anchor tag, what I'm going to do is insert a base button, because the base button can be used as an anchor tag because there's a variant in it. And then I'll select that, and then I will come down, and then there's an icon prop that it can take. I'm going to remove the label from there, and then click on this picker that will open the icon picker that's integrated in Vue Designer. Now this is a fork of an open source app called Icons by Anthony Fu, which I'll show shortly. What we can do now is search for and select from over 100,000 icons. So we need Facebook, we've got that. And then the next one is Twitter. So let me close the icon picker for now. Now I'm going to show you a cool trick, which I don't use it all the time, but What you can do is, if you press, we need to duplicate this 2 more times. If you press 2 in your keyboard, you can see that 2 kind of highlights on the app, on our Vue Designer. Now, any action that's done now, for example, duplicate, will actually duplicate that button 2 more times. So yeah, we could have done it manually, but that's a nice, cool feature. The next one is Twitter. So I'm going to search for Twitter. Go the Twitter icon here, and then let's select the next one. So the next button is here, and that's Instagram. So we've got 3 icons. I'm going to save this. Obviously, we do not want those, what do you call it, color, the primary color showing up the background. So since these are links, essentially, I'm going to change them into ghost, which will remove any background color on it. As a matter of fact, we can select all the 3 together and change all of those 3 into ghost. And we can give, so this button component can also take a to prop that can navigate the user to an external page where we can enter those information, the URL to open. Now we got a dialog. Let's read through it. Page hot reload is taking too long. If the page is in a loading state, restart your dev server or reopen your page. Save your page first and see if that fixes it. Restart your dev server or and reopen your page. Now I understand what this is, so I'm going to choose to have these as quick alerts only in the future and not dialogues. And let's try saving the page, and that seems to fix that issue, and it's connected now. Now this can sometimes happen because essentially we are live designing by hooking into the Vite dev plugin chain. So there could be some issues with that, but generally saving that fixes it. Otherwise, refreshing the page fixes it. Or worst case, we could just restart our dev server and reopen our page. But make sure to save your source code before doing it. So we got 3 nice icons, and then now we can delete these 3 anchor tags, and we have replaced those 3 icons with Iconify icons. Now quickly on Iconify icons, how does these icon work in our template? Because our template had pre-configured icon support through something called Icon Picker. Now Icon Picker is by Iconify is actually an open source project, and it is actually maintained by somebody by name Jaroslav Truskin. Apologies if I pronounce it wrong. It collates over 100,000 icon sets that are open source, and we can use them in our app now. And the next one is an app called Icons, which takes all those icons and give a nice app to search for, which is by Anthony Fu, who is another open source developer. And a big shout out to both of them. They are amazing. Please follow them and then support them as well. So that we've integrated icons in our template. So that's how we are able to use that. Now again, I'm getting some errors. I'm going to save the page, and this time I'm going to restart my dev server. But now that we have replaced the icons, we can go down and change the other icons as well. But I don't think we have any other icons. It's just the ones in the footer, which is a Svelte component at the moment. If we want to look at the page without all these panels, I think I might have covered in the previous chapter. We can press tab, and that should hide all the panel. And then we are able to see looking good with the icons up here. Tab to bring it back and save. And let's go and commit. npm run lint, and then go to we changed some color. This was something I was playing around with earlier. So HeroSection is what we updated. So we are in chapter 17. Cool, awesome. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now since I had the issue with my connection, live designing connection, I'm going to stop my dev server. And let's actually build our app now. I'm going to say npm run build, which should create the dist folder. Let's go to src, the folder file directory, file explorer, and there's a dist folder, and we are interested in the index.html file. Let's copy that file, and then let's go to our HTML project. I'll just save this and then close the previous compare. And I will go and create, I'll rename the previous one as version 1. And then let's create a new file called index version 2.html, and then paste that content in here. And then let's save this so that it auto formats. Let's do our compare. I'm going to compare v1, version 1, select for compare with version 2. And you can see that it's not a big change because we hardly changed anything. These are all formatting differences. But the key one is we did replace anchor tag with a button. That button was uses now a CSS class for icon instead of an SVG within it on the left here. So what happened is our base button actually is a button. It creates a button tag, and where that's kind of rendered, and that's what is this section that's showing us differences. And this is the second button, and then this third button. The other ones are pretty much formatting differences. But the key thing I want to call out here is the fact that what Vite did is it does something called tree shaking, where only the icons that were used has been bundled in this bundle. You would notice that it's not showing up here. It's actually part of the CSS file that kind of generated within the assets folder. But essentially it would have bundled only the used icons, which is called tree shaking. Imagine like we importing something and then all the other content which we are not using is getting into our page. On top of that, Vite does a lot of things. It has minified, it has also pruned a lot of things that's not used. On top of that, it can process pre-processors like SAS and post CSS and other stuff. It's quite a powerful tool in the toolset world. And we have already started, taking the benefit of it, realizing the benefit of it. And another key one is I'm going to tab to close my panels. I think we have also reached a point where we can appreciate the benefit that Vue Designer brings us. Imagine changing these buttons that we changed and the icons, if the icons were actually across multiple components, each by going into each of those Vue component in VS Code. Let's say we go to HeroSection, and then now we have to search for the base, that anchor tag, or sorry, the button, and then look at that one, and then we have to replace that with a component, the base button component, which is doable, which is what we do with using a code editor. But what we did is we actually selected all the buttons visually, and then we right-clicked and converted them across multiple components in a single go from Vue Designer. And that's a power of visual, designing our components in Vue Designer in the context of a live Vite server, dev server, and it provides all the necessary HMR. So I think like now you can see the benefit of visual designing. And obviously it has to be coupled with the script tag. We haven't written much script at the moment, which we are going to do it in the next chapter. So that said, let's start doing some interesting one, which is the pizza card, because we have 8 pizza card which are duplicate markup. Let's get to that in the next chapter. Thank you. This is going to be a very interesting chapter. It might be a little longer than the other ones. I need to start my dev server because the last time I was having some issues with the connection. And when that happens, I generally close my app and then reopen my app in Vue Designer by clicking on the start page. And let's bring our panels back. I'll actually tab to go down to the pizza store component that's in the middle. And I'll double click on this to drill down into the pizza cards. And we have 8 pizza cards. Now I'll bring the menu back, so my panels back. And let's alt click this tag to the one above this. So we've got 8 duplicated markup for the pizza card. So if we have to change something in that card, we have to do it in 8 spots. So it's an ideal candidate to convert that into a component. So let's start with the first one. What we can do is do our thing, right click, and then convert into a new component. So this is part of the pizza store. So I'm going to call it pizza card. And that would have got created. And let's save this component. And that markup went into the template of the pizza card. Let's come to VS Code and open that new component called pizza card. And I'm going to collapse the left here. I'm also going to close the terminal area by clicking on Command Tilt. It doesn't stop the dev server, but it just hides it for now. And then I can bring it back when needed. Now, it looks kind of messy, but it has 4 key information. One is the image, the name, description, and price. So obviously, we're not going to duplicate this pizza card like 8 times using a shortcut. That'll be not productive. A better way is defining some props for this component. Before getting to props, let's get these 4 information. Well, let's actually create our props. So we've got some commented out markup here that has some date information around props. I'm going to remove the props assignment constant because we're not going to use it again here. So this is the format generally props are. Let's copy that and create 2, 3, 4, paste it 3 times. So we need to take a name, and the pizza will have a description and image and a price. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to right click on the name of this file and then split right in VS Code, and then I'll go down on the left panel and then copy this URL from the image and paste it as the default value of this. And the name of the pizza is classic pizza, and that is the default for the name. And the Lorem Ipsum is something that will be the default description. And the price is $4. I don't know how where we get cheap pizzas, but let's change that at least to say $10 for now. So now that's done. So what we've done is we have defined 4 props for this component using the define props function. It's generally called a macro. That's kind of specific to this script setup section. But this is how we generally define the props. Now we've got 4 props. Now what we can do is come back to Vue Designer. Let's drill down into the pizza card component, expand this, and then let's select the image. And now that we have an image as the prop, we can replace this URL with that image prop. It wouldn't work because it's a variable and it has to be bound. The way we bind it is right click on this drop down next to it and select vbind. So we are binding this variable to that prop, and that will actually pick that right image. There's a h4 below that, and unlike props, when it comes to the values within a tag, now this particular prop called inner HTML, it's not a prop. It's actually just a Pinegrow way of showing that you can edit some value within that tag, what that h4 can take. So for that kind of usage, we generally need to include that within a mustache syntax. And let's add a description in here. I'll copy this and enter. And we have the, oh, that's not the description. This is actually the name. It's showing, so let's change it to name. And then paragraph, and that's the description. And the price, and I'll change that to price. And we've got all of them in here. So it has picked the default value of 10. So now what we have done is we have replaced all the hard-coded values of this component with the props that we received in this component. We in fact did not receive the prop. We are using the defaults till now. But it's generally not a good idea to have defaults unless otherwise it makes sense, because we want something to be sent in order to use this pizza card. We could actually use some default values in here. I'm going to just leave the Lorem Ipsum here. And I'll also leave this image so that there's always an image as a placeholder for that prop. But I want to make sure that the price always comes from somewhere. So in order to remove the default, we can replace that with required true. So what it means is it's a required prop. And let's also change the name and say that is something that we want, because the price is tied to that name or something like that, so that it's easy to apply promos to it for some category of pizzas. Now that we have defined that, let's go back to Vue Designer. Now we have an issue, because if you recall, we are co-authoring this file in 2 editors, and generally it's a bit of a challenge. We need to make sure that it's saved at one end before swapping to the other. I'm kind of used to it. You might not have noticed that I get this dialog quite often, but this is something that we will actually get into practice. I'll reload this for now, and then I will now, it has picked the description, but it has lost, the price is also okay. So I'll actually refresh the page and select this p tag and come back here and pizza card and back here. Cool. All right, so I know why the price is not showing up. Let's go back to our store where this pizza card is used and select the pizza card. The reason why the name and price are not displayed is because we made them required. And now we need to actually send that name across for that component to consume from the parent, which is this pizza store component. So we can send classic pizza and a price of $16, and that should actually work. Let's do it. Classic pizza, and that shows up, and the price is $10. And we have used our component from the pizza store, and obviously we have 7 more pizzas to handle. But now that we have converted that into a component, it's easier. Because we can actually take all the data of the 7 pizzas and keep it in an array, and then we can do something called looping on that pizza card so that we can create multiple instances of these, which we'll do shortly now. Now let's save this and let's go to our editor, and we need to go to our parent component, which is called pizza store. I was using Command P and then searching for the file. And then here we have all the pizza data under 7 sections, 8 sections. And what we can do is I'm going to remove all these commented out placeholder text, and then let's create a constant and call it pizzas is equal to an array. And what we want to do is we want to create an object for each pizza so that each will have a name called classic pizza. And a description and an image and a price. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to copy paste each of those information and then build this array, and I'll come back because I don't want you to look at me copy pasting 8 pizzas. I'll come back in a second. All right, so I have constructed my array of objects, each object representing a pizza. I'm going to save this. Spoiler, we will actually pull this information from our API shortly. Come back to our Vue Designer and then now select the pizza card, and all the tags below that, I am going to select all of them together and purge them. They're all gone. So we got only one pizza card left in the pizza store. Now what we want to do is, remove, before that, you would notice that the description is showing the default value that component takes and also the default image URL. So the props panel is quite smart. It actually displays the default props just in case there's already defaults in the component, so that if you want to accept the default, you can do it. So now I am going to delete the manual ones that I entered. And now what we can do is we can do something called a v-directive, v-for, which is a directive that gets applied like a class or a style on the tag. Because Vue is a declarative in terms of its design, the component design. So the way we add Vue directives in Vue Designer is by using the props panel. There's something called the Vue directive button here. I can simply click on that and say v-for, and that would that's just used created 4 instances of it. But we have our pizzas in the pizzas array. So let's loop through pizzas array, and I am going to call this val as pizza because that's a pizza in the pizzas array, and enter. And what happened now is we've got 8 copies, but obviously 8 copies don't have name and price, only the default values of those components. Now that we got pizza, which is 1 instance, we can pass the pizza's description by binding it. So we can say the description is pizza.description because it's part of that object. And obviously we have to bind it because it's a variable. Now we can see that all the pizza has got descriptions in there. Next we will paste the pizza.image as the image value. It has to be bound, otherwise that's why it's not picking it up. Let's bind it. That's great. Pizza.name would be the next one, and the pizza.price is the 4th one. And let's bind those 2 as well. Excellent. So we have used our PizzaCard component, and we created a looping on that to create n number of instances of pizzas, which is consuming those 4 props and then rendering all those 8 instances for all those 8 pizzas. Now if we want to change, now for example this button, the label of that, we got 1 spot to change, and the maintenance is going to be easier on the long run as well. Let's drill down into the pizza card and then select the base button, and I'm going to change it to add to cart because we are going to add to a cart shortly. And we've got it. I'm going to tap to close my panels, and then we've got a beautiful section of pizza store, and each pizza is actually a card, a component separately, and it's coming out really well. Now, one important thing that I actually missed, which I shouldn't have missed, which is, let's come back to Pizza Store, select the pizza card. Whenever we use v-for, it's very important to add a key along with it. The key could just take the index of the array, but ideally it should be a unique identifier. In our case, it's fine because it's always recommended, because the key is it's the key of the component. Changing the key would re-render that component. So let's save that. And now let's go to a slide and then do a quick recap of props. So props down evens up. That's how we remember it. The props down is how parent components will communicate to the child components. Evens is how it's actually done the other way. We'll see even shortly. And then we also touched on directives, which we used the v-for directive, which created a loop of multiple instances of that component. And there are more directives like vf, velse for conditional logic if we want to hide something based on some state. So that's 2 cool concepts. Now let's do our thing. Command tilt and npm run lint, and we are in the chapter 19. And commit and change. Cool. I'll see you in the next one. All right, it's time to do some AI transformation of our component. So I'm not much into ChatGPT, but it's quite interesting. I'm not a prompt engineer, but at the moment in my life, AI has replaced Lorem Ipsum for me. So let's, if you look at this pizza store, the pizzas are actually having a description, which is like a placeholder. How about we transform that? Now, Vue Designer includes something called an AI assistant, which is a cool feature. You can access it using this panel, the last one here. And also our panels can be actually floated. I am going to click on this button to float that panel. What we can do is I have already configured my key from OpenAI, and I've already set up connected my account in here. Now what we can do is let's see if ChatGPT can give us some meaningful description for pizzas. Let's come back here and let's look at this. So we've got a placeholder description for each of the pizzas. And before doing this, I just want to call out one key, very important companion of ChatGPT, which is actually Git. The reason I'm telling you this, just make sure that you commit or stash your changes before playing with ChatGPT, because you are entering an area where we are not sure where the data is coming from and what is getting changed in our component in Vue Designer. So now that we have done our commit, we have done our thing, let's go back to Vue Designer. And what I'm going to do is I am going to select, we want to transform the whole component. So we are in the pizza store component, if you see in the background here. And then I'm going to say, replace the descriptions of the pizzas array in the script section with some funny and interesting descriptions by using the names of the pizza, the name property of each pizza. I know it's like very vague, but I'm just going to test it out. Let's try new task. So this countdown is equivalent to the the answer getting typed in the ChatGPT, but this is using a different way, the API way. Let's wait for that to complete. All right, I did pause for a few seconds, and it's done now. Now it has changed something. I'm not sure what it is. I'm going to click on this cross button so that it will get docked back. And let's save in Vue Designer, go back to our editor, and it has actually updated the pizza store. And let's actually look through what it has done. Okay, so for classic pizza, oh, actually, you know what? I'll go back to Vue Designer tab, and then let's look at the descriptions. It hasn't picked the descriptions for some reason. Okay, let's fix that. Let me open the tabs again, props, and let's go into the pizza card, and the para tag should actually have the descriptions, but it's showing the name. Something to do with HMR probably. I'm going to refresh it to see if that fixed it. Nope, it did not fix it. So this is the name and this is the description. This wouldn't show the name unless we passed the name as the value. Let's go back to our store, select that component, double check what we passed, pizza.description. You know what? I'm not sure if we changed it or if ChatGPT changed it, which we'll know if we look at Git. Now let's look at this. So I'm going to collapse this side, and it has given some really nice description for each of the pizza. So pizza di casa mia. This pizza will make you feel like you're eating at home. It has all the flavors and comfort of a homemade pizza. And it's a little different here. It's all okay. I'm happy with the descriptions that it gave. But what it also did is, these are all formatting, but it also changed the description, the binding from pizza.description to pizza.name, which is surprising because I should have prompted it better, but this is the reason why Git is very important when you use ChatGPT in Vue Designer. But we did catch it, so that's looking good. But I think I'm quite happy with the description that it gave as it is. But I'm not happy with the fact that all of these starts with a this. And obviously, what you prompt is what you get. So I'm curious to see, what else you can, build with ChatGPT in Vue Designer. Please share with our team in our forum. So let's do our thing. npm run lint, because I don't think we touched the hero section. I'm going to save this side. Okay, don't reload, save, and then come back here again, run it. We need to make sure that we save in Vue Designer before swapping back to this side. And then, so this is the only component we updated. We are in chapter 20. And we're good. Cool. In the next one, we will go through another concept, and I'll see you in the next one. Now, before going to the next topic, where we'll look at the next concept, I want to quickly run, build our project app again. This is the last time I'm going to build it to show the difference, but let's do that. And then let's go into dist folder again and copy our HTML and come back to our HTML project. And then we'll create index-v3.html and then paste that in here, save to format it. And I'm going to compare v2, select for compare, v3, compare with selected. And what we've seen is that particular PizzaCard section being replaced. But the important thing to notice here is the rendered markup wouldn't have anything like v-for or key or any of the bindings, because that's what Vue does. It takes declarative rendering and then renders that component as part of the build cycle. So the source attribute is actually just up and down here. But if we fix that, the order as to how it's looking like, the content on both sides will literally be the same, except for the description that we picked using ChatGPT. So just want to call out the fact that, that's what Vue does. There's no v-for or anything here. We still get our static HTML page again when we build it. But the cool thing now is we have used the power of Vue to break them into smaller components, easy to maintain, easy to update, easy to design, and it's quite powerful. I'm sure you can see the benefit of it by now. Cool. Let's go to our next concept in the next one. I'll see you in the next one. I've started my dev server, and let's come back to Vue Designer. I'm going to press tab to bring the page again back. Now I just want to call out one feature I haven't been using till now, which is, you see this drop down here, we can actually select a smaller size for us page, so that these are like the tailwind breakup points. Sorry, not breakup points, breakpoints. So I'll keep it MD for now. And then I will reduce my props panel a little smaller. Cool. Now what I'm going to do is, let's go to our PizzaCard again. It's already responsive, the template that we used, and you see this add to cart button. Let's drill down into the PizzaCard and then select the button, but it's selecting the button elsewhere. What I'm going to do is I am going to select, double click on it again to drill down into it, and then select the base button here. And then once we select it here, it will maintain its position in terms of the mapping between these two. So this one, no, something is wrong. So this is a good time. It's best to reopen the page. Let's start up the page again. And we are in the pizza store. And we want to go into the PizzaCard. Now, one cool thing is we used v-for in the previous chapters. So if you now look at the app tree, you'll notice that the PizzaCard now has a prefix or suffix, which actually is the key that we passed with the v-for. So these are the different instances, unique instances of those PizzaCards. Now let's drill down into a PizzaCard, and then let's select a button, the button. What I want to do is I want to make it a little bigger, a medium size. Cool, that looks good. And I want to add an icon to it. So the base button has a prop called trailing icon. I'll actually make it a little more smaller, bigger, the props panel. So there's a trailing icon. So what we can do is we can select an icon, a cart icon, and from a 100,000 icons, I'll select the first one at the top, and that is added as a trailing icon to that button. It's cool, but I've got a small issue with this, which is, that icon is actually a little bigger than actually the text in that button. I want that icon to be smaller. Now this is where it gets a little interesting, because we know that icon, components can take props, but we can't be defining props for each and everything like this. We can't like add a prop that says icon size, and then we can, but I think it'll be like over engineering it. Now Vue has this cool concept where parent components not necessarily can communicate with the child component with props, and they can also pass markup within the component's slot. So what I mean by that is, let's come back to our slide. You can see here, this is our PizzaCard, and this is our button, using the button in the PizzaCard. So we have been using only BaseButton as it is and giving some props to it. But what we can do is within the BaseButton, we can pass some markup in a template tag. And what happens is that markup goes to the child, to a spot where the child defined where that slot should go to. The easiest way to understand that is come to Vue Designer. Now I am going to go a little bigger, and let's remove that icon, which is the trailing icon. I want to delete that, so it's removed. We can actually send a base icon as a slot into this button. Let's drag and drop a base icon from our component set. So we want to add it as a child of the base component, base button. Select that button, so that's selected again. Now it's using the base button as the content of the base button itself, but we have a label. So let's select the base button, and then just below the set of props, you can see that this button also have defined some APIs, which is named slots. So it's got 3 slots. It has got a default slot, and then the second one is a leading slot in the front, and there's a trailing slot. What we can do is we can select our base icon, and it will show the parent's name slot again here, and then say, let's slot this base icon into the trailing slot. Done. So what we just did is basically, that's what slots are, right? So basically we slotted this markup into a particular slot of the base button. If we don't put it in a template tag, what it means is it's basically the default slot. So now that we have the icons separately, we can change the icon now to whatever cart icon that we wanted, and change the width of it. I can make it a little smaller so that it matches with that text that's before that. Now I think I'm happy with this now. And you can notice that we do have the highlighting menu here. If that is distracting for you, especially when we are working on small elements, we can turn it off by clicking on this toggle visual helper in the toolbar, or Command T for shortcut, and that will hide that so that we know where we can look at it clearly. And I tend to use Command T on my keyboard all the time to see something clear. But without that, it might not show which element we are kind of working on. So that's something that you'll practice over time. And if you want to select the element and not show this menu because you're not using it much, we can turn off that menu alone and just display only the selected tag in the page view, which is what we have done. So we have just simply learned slots. So that's a wonderful concept. And there are some advanced concepts called scope slots, where there can be some props flying around. I won't go into that, but please look up on that and learn that. It's quite powerful. So that's slots, and let's do our thing. Come back here, npm run lint, and we are in chapter 22. And we touched only one component, which is good. 22 trailing icon to BaseButton slots. Cool. And let's now get to the next interesting topic. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to this chapter. So in this chapter, we're going to add pizzas to a cart because we did change the name of this button to add to cart. So let me go into a PizzaCard and select that button. So we already saw that parent components can communicate and send props to the child component. So Pizza Store can send props to child PizzaCard, and also slots. The child components can communicate back to the parent by emitting an event. So the PizzaCard, if it wants to communicate to the parent, it can do through emitting an event. So that's what we're going to learn in this chapter. This chapter is going to be a little long, so feel free to watch it again. Any questions, please ask. We're going to be hopping a couple of spots, so please follow along carefully. So I'm going to come back to Visual Studio Code. And what I've got here is I've opened Pizza Store on the left, and I can right click and then split the screen to the right. And on the right, I will actually open the pizza card. So the parent on the left and the child on the right. Now this pizza card component has some commented code that came from the template, which gives an example. So I'm going to collapse this define props. So similar to how we define props, we can define the events that this child component can emit using a define emits. So that it takes an array and it can actually it can specify the events that it's going to emit to the parents. So there is an add to cart event that this one is going to emit, and what we can do is we can emit it by using we just calling this emit. We can pass that we can emit that event using this way. So emit, and then in bracket we can call that event, emit that event. Now we are not going to pass any parameters back to the parent because we got the pizza from the parent, so the parent knows which pizza it sent us. So I'm going to remove the parameters and then save this. Now what we can do now is basically we defined the event that the child component is going to emit, and we have got a function that will call that will do the emit. So this is defining it, the first one. This is actually emitting it. And this function, what we can do is come back to Vue Designer. In the base button, we can add a directive, a Vue directive called onClick. So onClick, and then what we can do is we can call that function here. We don't even have to use a bracket unless otherwise there's an additional purpose for that, and enter. And now we have connected that to that function and save. So the child has done its job, defined the event it's going to emit. It's got a function to emit it, and then calling that function by clicking the button. But now we got to define how the parent is going to consume this one. So the emit event name is the contract between the two. So what we can do now is come back to our store core, pizza store, and on the pizza card, we can add a directive. We can choose any of these. I'm going to choose a v on because it's in a click event, and we have to come down to the attribute editor, and we're not actually going to consume a click event. Rather, we're going to consume that add -to cart event. Now you can notice that I have changed the camel case to kebab case because that's how HTML is. We just want to stick to that convention, and it can call a function on its end when consuming that. Now this my function is something that we have to define. So I've saved it, and up here in the script section in the pizza store, we can literally have the same function, add to cart function. It's just that we are not emitting, we are consuming it. So I'm going to remove this emit, and it's going to, this function is going to take a pizza, and then we'll add it to an array, which we'll define now. Add cart is equal to an empty array, and then we will push that pizza into the cart. Well done. So now that we've got this add to cart function defined, I did not save it properly. Let me try checking it again. It's there. So we can use that function now. And this time we have to use the open close bracket because we need to pass the pizza, the same pizza that we pass the child. So that's the pizza variable, and enter and save. And let's come back here. So our code is okay. There's no conflict. Now let's test it out. Now I think that was a good time to introduce a new tool that you might be familiar with. Let's open our project in an external browser and open the DevTools. And I've got a Chrome extension called Vue DevTools installed, and it's a very powerful debugging tool. You can install it from the Chrome store. Let's go down to the pizza store, and what we can do is similar to how we can select the DOM, the component in the DOM from Vue Designer. There's a selector here that you can click and drop it anywhere on this one, and then it'll select a component for us in the app tree. Now, this app tree actually has more than what is displayed in the app tree in Vue Designer, because this literally shows all the Vue instances in the tree. But in Vue Designer, it's a subset of this that are local components that we can design in Vue Designer. Now I'll go back to Pizza Store up here, and then you can see that the state is kind of displayed here, and the cart is empty at the moment. Let's add to cart, I'm going to add one pizza each. And now it's not showing that it's updating, but if you select the tag again, it'll show that it's kind of updated. So something to do with the Vue DevTools. It's not showing the changes live, but it is getting updated. So what we've done is we have actually defined the event in the child, emitting that event through a function, using a function when we click on the base button, and consuming that on the parent's end, and then calling again a function, and then we're storing it in a cart array in the pizza store. So we've got a cart in the pizza store component. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you something quite interesting. I will compile this. So I'm going to do npm run now, which is actually cancel. I want to enter a console here, console log here, and then let's actually console that pizza when we are adding it to the cart, in addition to the adding to the cart, just before adding it. And let's now npm run now, so which will build and preview it. So it's building, and it opened the preview of the build. Now let's go into console, And down here in the pizza section store, let's try adding the pizza to the cart. There's no dev tools in the production website because we do not want users to be accessing it. Not that it's dangerous, but it's just not beneficial. You see that console is not getting called, which is interesting. Now let's come back to our dev server version, and now let's do the same. I'll clear up the console. Let's try adding it. You can see that it's actually working. Now, why is it working in dev and why is it not working in production is what Iles and frameworks like Astro is about. It's called, it's the need for the partial hydration or islands architecture. So let's go back into the dev tool and let's go into the Vue tag here. We can see that our whole app is one app, and that's called Iles. But what Iles wants us to do is, if there is a need for JavaScript in a component, it wants us to explicitly define that it needs to load that component, the JavaScript for the component. So let's go back to a slideshow and then let's go through this concept. So we are an event, so we have already done this. It works in dev, but it doesn't work in production. So now let's look at dynamic islands. So this is the whole islands architecture. Now I'm not going to go through every detail here, but I'm just going to quickly touch on it because we'll do a demo of it in order to understand how it works. But basically, there's a concept called hydration, which is the DOM is made interactive with JavaScript. The event listeners are triggered, registered, and reactive data gets active. So that's called hydration. So it's basically giving life to a markup or DOM. And what Iles wants us to do is hydration has to be explicitly opted in, because its belief is that static should be the default. And if we want any hydration, we need to explicitly opt in. Either we want the hydration or at a particular time we want it. And the way we can do this is using something called client directives. And these are the client directives. Again, let's look at a demo instead of looking at the slide. Let's go back to Vue Designer. And you see that we've used a PizzaCard here, and the PizzaCard is having event listeners because we are having a click event. What we need to do is we need to hydrate this pizza store. Let's go back to our home page, index page. We've got a couple of components here. I'm going to collapse the props panel for now. The hero section is quite static. There's nothing. It's all going to be like anchor tags or some navigation. There's no JavaScript needed for that. The feature section again is a static, so it's going to be static. Divider is again a static one. The other two, delivery section, is static, while the subscribe section might actually involve some JavaScript, but depending on whether we're adding some validation to this field or not. But the pizza store is definitely not static because we need JavaScript in the child component, the pizza carts. So what Iles wants us to do is opt in for that JavaScript, opt in for that hydration. So it's very easy to opt in. So select the pizza store and say that we want this store to be hydrated. So Vue Designer provides an easy way to add it in the props panel. There's the add hydration directive. It's very similar to the Vue directives. Just click on that. And we can say when we want the hydration to be active. Do we want to activate that hydration immediately on the page load, or when the main JavaScript thread actually becomes idle, when the important ones are loaded, or in a particular viewport we want to do it, like using some media query. So when it's made visible. So these are the options, and it's very similar to the same set of client directives that Astro has. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this when visible. What this means is the client visible is actually added to the pizza store. So let's save this now. And let's come back to our dev server. Let's re-preview. And we are building it again. and it'll open in the browser. So now let's try again to console, and then you can see now that button is made hydrated because it's a child of a hydrated pizza store, and now it works. Previously it wasn't working without that hydration directive applied for the pizza store. Now this is called the Islands architecture. So let's look at the dev server URL and let's go into console to understand how it works. I'm going to open my console in the dev server URL and go to the Vue DevTools. I'm going to refresh this. For some reason it's not opening. Because probably we stopped it. No, it's actually running. I just refreshed the page and now we've got the pizza cards here. Let's open the DevTools and let's go to Vue DevTools. And now we can see that what Iles did is it kind of created an island, the pizza store island, and technically it's a separate Vue app. So now our page has two Vue apps, which is not wrong because the Vue, it'll be imported only once through a lot of optimization, ES modules. So pizza store now is an island, and we can select. So you can see that in the index page, the island is kind of representing the pizza store, and we can see that it has a client directive, client visible true. What this means is let's go to console and so actually to network and JavaScript, and I will delete this. Let's go all the way to the top and let's refresh the page. It downloaded everything needed. Let's delete. Now we applied the when visible or client visible directive to that client store. Let's scroll down all the way to the pizza store. And you can notice the moment we reached the pizza store, when the pizza store became visible, is when the pizza store was downloaded, the JavaScript for that. So what it means is we have managed the shipping of JavaScript to the browser instead of downloading this on page load, so that the performance of this page can be shot up. So which is pretty cool. So this is called Islands architecture, and it's pretty much the same as Astro because Iles was inspired by Vitepress and Astro. Now let's go to the Vue DevTools, and then what Iles also do is it has a tab in the DevTools we can select, and then we can go all the way to the top. Let's refresh. And what we can do is actually there's another tab called timeline where it shows a hydration, the order of hot hydration. And now if we go down, and it'll show that when we reach the pizza store, you can see that the pizza store just got hydrated. You can see that it just said, when visible. And so this is where Vue DevTools is very helpful because it shows all this sort of, amazing capabilities for us to debug and build our app in a very clean way. But I think you get the picture now. So the key thing is that if our component needs hydration, we need to actually define that, which is a bit of a diversion from the status quo that a button should just click and work. But it's a different school of thought. I don't think everyone agrees with it, but it's very cool to see that these thoughts are coming in and challenging the status quo. So now play around with Islands architecture. There's a lot to explore. And let's now come back to our code. And let's go to Vue Designer. And I just want to call out the fact that Iles, there's a special requirement when a non-Vue island is used, which is, for example, the footer. If we go to the layout, the footer, when we use a non-Vue island, whether it needs hydration or not, it must have the default fallback client directive, which is called client none, which is the last one here. So what Vue Designer does is when we added this footer in our default layout, when we added this, Vue Designer automatically added that client none, which I did not call out back then, so that the app doesn't crash because it's a requirement by Iles. So if we are using other framework components in Iles, just have to make sure that client none is kind of applied minimum. But if it needs JavaScript, we need to apply the other directives like client none, client instant or visible. So that's pretty cool. And another interesting thing is, let's go all the way to the top. And I am going to refresh this page. Cool. And I will now click on the default, look at our app tree. Now, one easy way to look at hydration is if you look at the pizza store now in the app tree in Vue Designer, it's empty. It doesn't have any child. It doesn't show any child component. It's because it hasn't hydrated, because we have a client visible on it. Now, the moment we go all the way to the pizza store, we enter it and it becomes visible. Now, if you check the app tree, you notice that it got hydrated and it's got all the components under it. Another fun way to kind of validate it. Now, Vue Designer does have some specific menu items for Iles, which is called hydration strategy default. What this does is you can choose to add a directive by default when you insert a component in a page or a layout. For example, when we added components in the page, the hero section and stuff, what we can choose to do is choose to always add client none, so that it's kind of added by default, because that's the fallback anyway, even for non-Vue components. And then now if I drag and drop a base button on top of the hero section, now you notice that in the props panel, if you go down to the Iles directive, that client none is automatically added to that. It's not really a good practice per se, but it's kind of helpful sometimes if you know that that page is going to contain all that particular type of client directive, which is quite uncommon. But the thing is, at least it has got the fallback, so that tomorrow you can replace it with a client directive that is needed for that component. So I'm going to delete this placeholder button, and then now let's save the page. And it has a second menu item, which is we can override that client with client load. Now this is a little, you don't have to really use it. What this does is when we are working in Vue Designer, for example, I showed you that that pizza store is not hydrated. Now, if we choose that, override, when working within Vue Designer, it will replace, not in the code, but just while live designing with Vite, it'll replace the client, visible and that sort of tags with the client load, so that when you open the app tree, it's always hydrated, so that you can navigate to any child component per se. But that said, it's really up to you. You don't really have to use it. I'll turn it off, and it'll refresh the page, and now it'll be back to how it was. And you can turn this off. So just use it as per your convenience. It's completely optional. So I touched on Vue DevTools in the browser. Another way to use Vue DevTools is our template already has Vue DevTools standalone version installed as an npm package. I'm not going to go through that, but if you're interested, you can open package.json, and you would notice that there's a command called Vue DevTools, which we can run as npm run Vue DevTools. And what this one does, it will actually open the Vue DevTools as a standalone tool. And the way to use this is basically in our entry file in app.ts. You'll notice that there are some code that is kind of commented out in the template. We can uncomment it and save it. And what this does is it actually exposes the DevTools on the Windows object of the app. And then in îles config, in the connection plugin, Vite plugin for Pinegrow, we have passed that as the key to Vue Designer, delegated that so that we can go to Vue Designer and Now we can select Vue menu and then say connect with DevTools. And you would notice that it will connect with the DevTools that is standalone. Now this is very helpful if you, for example, want to use want to have the Vue DevTools open in a second display instead of going to the browser to use it. But that said, this tool can actually be sometime not be working because it's not something within a Vue Designer. There could be various factors, in which case the recommended option is to actually use the browser to sort of test out things. But this should work as well. So if I, for example, I can dock this left, and then you can see that it's all squeezed up and keep it right. And you can do the same thing, you know, like drag and drop and then select a tag, and that will select the component in here. And you can see that the index page has a lot of components and the hero section has some. And there's a island, and that hasn't hydrated. That's why it's empty now. This app tree will match what is here. But what's displayed in the app tree in Vue Designer is only the components in your components folder, so that you can load them up and work on them. While this one will include all the dynamic components as well. For example, there's Iles, there's a head, there's a router view, and all the Vue instances. And let's go back to our slide pack just to finish this topic, which is the Islands architecture. So when to do what, when it comes to dynamic islands, which is what Iles does, we need to hydrate when it's required. When there's event listeners, like click events and stuff. When we use hooks, which we haven't gone through, which is an advanced topic, which is not very scary again. It's called lifecycle hooks, which is something that you should learn following the amazing Vue docs. And one key thing to remember is islands can't be nested in Iles. Like a pizza store can't have another island within it. Now Nuxt, which is another amazing meta framework, also has some islands architecture implementation, but it's a little different. So I would recommend you to check out this blog post by Daniel Rowe. It's a different school of thought, and it's completely different to how it's done in Iles. But essentially both concepts are amazing. Nuxt is a little more, accommodating. It wants us to opt out, which is generally easier. But the big question that I've added here is, can the frameworks automatically make these decisions on our behalf in terms of when to hydrate a component and stuff, and what is the best way to optimize it? Because the more decisions we have to make as a developer, we want to focus on building an app. Obviously, performance is something, but the question is like, can the framework help us and make it easy for us, which is what frameworks are for. And yeah, this amazing topic. Thank you very much. And let's go to the next one now. Not yet. Let's make sure we do our thing. I'm going to stop the Vue DevTools here. And I'm going to actually use the Vue DevTools standalone tool going forward in this course. Now let's do our thing. npm run lint and go back to Git and lint and format. So hero section, we touched on a couple of things, did we? I'm not sure what this is, just formatting changes, I believe. I'm going to ignore that for now because we worked only on the hero store card and pizza store and the pizza card, and we added the client visible directive. I'll close this side. We added the client visible to the pizza store to hydrate it, to make it work in production. And also the app.ts, we uncommented this to use the standalone Vue DevTools, which we'll use for the rest of the course. So this is 23, add to carts with events and hydrate, or we'll call it islands. No, I'll just leave it as it is, islands. Yeah, islands is fine. Cool. I forgot to include this and this, and let's commit, and let's do that. And before we wrap up, let's quickly, we already checked it. It works in production. And feel free to go to Netlify and check if that works before applying the hydration directive and after applying the hydration directive, because it should work before, and we shouldn't have worked before, and after hydration it should work. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so in this chapter, we are going to create some new pages for our app. because we have only one index page, and we used a template, and then there were two other pages in the template that came with the template. So what we need to do is we need to add some pages. The easiest way to do is, since pages, I'm going to expand this for now a little bit. It's actually 100%, and make it like this. So we have a nav bar that has 4 menu items. One is home, menu, order, and about us. So we need to have some pages for that. And the easiest way to create a page is to go to the view menu and then select page. And you can see that there's a tooltip that says add new pages, adds new pages, page at src pages. So Meta-frameworks has conventions and easy configurations. And Iles also shares the same with Nuxt, that components goes into a components folder and pages goes into the pages folder, and layouts goes into the layouts folder. Now let's add a page. Let's add the first page, which is menu, and the second one is order and about us. So I'm going to add a page and I'm going to call it menu. Okay, that did a bit of a refresh. And then let's add a second page, which is called order. Okay, and that did a bit of a refresh. And the third one is about us. Let's add that as well. About us. And okay. Now what Vue Designer did is similar to how when we created a component, it used a template, a component template. It used a page template now. And then let's go to our Visual Studio Code and let's look at what it created for us. Actually, Git is sometimes very easy to navigate because it's just showing only the ones that we have changed. HeroSection keeps popping up as a change, but it's not. Now index page, again, is just formatting. It is added, we have added a menu page, and we can see that it's kind of open here. Now there's an easy way to open the page directly from Git. So you see this page icon here, we can click on that. And this is a placeholder page. And what Vue Designer did is it added a title to that page under the page tag, which Iles uses to add meta tags to it. And it has an empty div that has a name of that page. And then we added an order page. Again, I'll open the file directly, and it's quite similar. And we have an about page as well. Now, what Iles does is it's quite smart and it's very similar to a lot of other frameworks like Nuxt, is it implements file-based routing. The way it does that is through a plugin, Iles module called islands/pages. It's a quite nicely designed one, and it's very useful. It implements file-based routing as simple as, if we want a page in our app, just create a new component in the pages folder, and that becomes a page. As simple as that. Now, if we come back to Vue Designer and let's add tab out, and then I will, these are still anchor tags. I'm going to replace all these with base icons. Let's add base button here, and then I'll say 3, and then duplicate. We've got 4 in total, and then I'll delete all the other 4. And then these buttons, the first one is called home, and the second one is called menu, and the third one is called order, and the fourth one is called about us. Cool. And what we can do is we can keep some gaps, space between them. Again, we're not doing a lot of Tailwind, just a quick one maybe. Space -x, And on the x-axis, we'll add some space of 3, and it'll spread it across. Cool. It looks okay for now. So each of these buttons can go to a page. The home page can, let me actually expand this a little bit. The props panel. So the base button has a prop called to, and it can go to a particular route. Now the home button has to go back to /, and that's done. And the next one has to go to /menu. So what Iles does is it takes the name of the page and creates a route in that name. So that's why it's important to keep it kebab case in hyphen. So /menu. And the third one is /order. And the fourth one is again /about us. So that's done. Let's save and save properly so that I don't see any asterisks here. Now that's done. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code and make sure we delete the one that came with the template. There's a quick start that came with the template. I'm going to delete that. And there was a subscribe page. I'm going to delete that. So that's done. Now, if we come back to our browser and access menu, you can notice that the placeholder div is actually shown because that's what the component is, but we don't have a nav anymore. Now, this is a problem because in our template, or not in the template, in our pizzeria sample HTML page, the navbar was actually inside the hero component. It wasn't part of the layout, unlike the footer. So let's go back and we can check the order page is quite similar as well. Now we need a proper navbar. The one that's currently here is not helpful. We need to actually move it into the layout. Now, a better way to, the template that we used actually had a very good navbar. I'm going to use that instead of having these hard-coded in the home hero section. Now let's, I'm going to go small size so that it doesn't keep jumping around. And let's select, okay, in that case, I can't see the navbar anymore. Let's select that navbar here, and that selected the whole thing along with the icons. And the above that is the button for the hamburger. And then above that is an anchor tag, which is the SVG. And above that is a nav tag. So the nav tag is the one that is taking up the whole navbar. And then there's a div container above it that contains it in the center using a container class on a Tailwind class. Let's delete this nav totally, purge it. Done. So our app doesn't have a navbar now. So let's add our navbar, but we do not want to add it as part of the hero section. We want to add it in the layout so it can be used in all the pages. All right, so now let's bring our navbar in. I'm going to search for it, navbar, and then I will bring that in just above this div, and that brought our navbar in. And now we have a problem. Let's go into click mode and then check the other pages. It's looking good, but in the home page, we had our hero image covering the navbar. So we have to make the navbar absolute conditionally only in the home page. And how do we do that? So let's save and then come to Visual Studio Code and let's go to default.vue. Now Iles has a composable which I can import using a script setup tag here. I usually keep it lang ts. And let's call that. It's called current route is equal to use route. So use route is a composable or a function, an API that Iles exposed because it uses Vue router underneath. And current route was dot path. It has a property called path, and that'll give us the link, the current route we are in. Let's save this, and then I'll copy that current route. And then let's come to Vue Designer, and we need to make this navbar dynamic. So I'm not able to select it now for some reason. I am going to best is to just reopen that page. This happens sometimes because we have been working on this for a couple of hours now. Let's go back to our default layout. And now let's say if we can select our navbar. Yep. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to let's apply a Vue directive. And this time it's called Vue bind a class, because we need to apply classes to that navbar conditionally. So v bind class array is what we want. So it added some placeholder in here. I'm going to save it. And then I'm going to go into code mode because I'm going to write an expression. And then I'll float that panel so that we can look at it straight. And what we want to do is current route dot path when it is equal to / which is the home page. We want to apply some classes conditionally. So we want to make it absolute, which is a Tailwind class. And then we also want to do Z10 so that it comes in front of the hero section. And then if not, no classes to be added. And let's delete that placeholder class that was there. Save, close to docket back. Now you can see that it's kind of absolute. And now let's go to the next page. And now it's not absolute in the other pages, which is good. So only in the home page is absolute, and it's kind of covering the hero section, hero cover image. Now let's save and bring back our logo back. So it should be in Git in the hero section. It had an anchor tag, which I'm going to copy, which had the SVG. And I can now go into the navbar, which contains that logo. And there's an anchor tag here. I'm going to delete that and paste the what we had before from hero section and paste it here. Now we can convert this anchor tag into a base button, because base button does create an anchor or button depending on what the tool is. But I'm going to just leave it here, otherwise it'll become too much designing. The href has to go to / because it's the home page one. And let's save now. And let's open our app in an external browser. And one reason I wanted to actually bring the navbar back is because not only just that it's nice. I actually wanted to show you something. I'll open the console, go to resources, network, and then JS, and then refresh the page and delete this. Actually, I'll go into a smaller screen and then now delete everything and refresh the page. Let's open our page in the external browser. And what I'm going to do is I am going to go into smaller screen so that the desktop menu tab is not available. And then open up DevTools, Network tab, and then refresh the page and then delete everything. And now if I actually increase the size of the screen, you noticed that navbar desktop menu, which is this tab, downloaded only when we actually went into a bigger screen. The reason for that is when we go into the navbar component, we can see that the navbar menu, the desktop menu, has a client directive applied, which says that we want to hydrate this only after a particular width of 640 pixel. So before, when it was smaller screen, it did not hydrate that or download that JavaScript needed to make it interactive. But after it crossed 640 pixel, it got hydrated. Now keep in mind that when it's actually a small screen, and let's refresh this, note that the navbar desktop menu is available in the DOM, because it's not CSS media query that hides or not hide or show that particular set of DOM elements. Rather, it's still there. It's just not given life by hydration. So if you actually go into the elements tab and look for it, it will be there. It's just that when we increase the size, it gets hydrated, so that if there's any click events on that, will actually work. So one thing I want to do is I want to remove this try now button, which is not needed. Let's go into the navbar, and it's part of the navbar desktop menu, and it's the second button here, and let's delete that and then save. And we can add an extra button, a menu here, because we don't have to hide both two of them inside. So we have a logic in the navbar component where I'm using like slicing the length by and saying that I'll take only I'll display only 2 in the desktop menu. I'm going to make it 3, and the remaining go into the drop down, save, and that should bring one more menu out back. So let's go to our browser and refresh it. So we've got one more menu out here, and about us is the only one that's kind of hidden away. So the navbar is a good example of, again, the hydration concept, but now we've got multiple pages and we've got a navbar that we can navigate, and we understood how file-based routing works. So which means we can go back to our slide deck and to our set of features that we're looking at, and say that we know what file-based routing is. Let's do our thing back in Visual Studio Code, lint and git. So we can commit all the new pages and also our new navbar that we brought inside, and let's commit sync, and that's our pages and navbar. We got a multiple paged multi-page application now, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, let's get back to our pizza store again. Let's navigate on our app tree to the pizza store section, which is kind of missing. I'm wondering if I have to just refresh. Let's do that, and let's try again. Pizza section is kind of missing. Let's go down. Now it should have been hydrated. Now it should actually be available because we applied the client visible. Let's select pizza store, and what I want to do is I want to display like a cart button that shows how many items are in the cart. It's quite easy to display it. So let's select this pizza store, which is this section is what is the whole pizza store is, and there's a div that's within it. So I want to have that button floating in this corner. So let's add a button inside this div, and I'm going to say BaseButton. So that added it to that, just within that div on the top. But we want to have that in the right end. The easy way to make it absolute to the right end is make it relative. So the parent tag, let's add a class. Now, in order to add a class, there are a couple of ways. When we click on this add class button, it'll open the class dialog, add class dialog. The shortcut for that is Command L. That'll open that up. And let's add relative to the parent, because if we have to make anything absolute, the parent has to be relative. And the base button, now we can make it absolute. So it's absolute to the parent, but we want it to be at the end. So I'm going to use the visual helpers here. I know we're not going to do a lot of Tailwind, but this is one of those few moments. So I'm going to click on this third one, which says display in position. And just below this, there is something called position, where we can define at what length from the right it has to be. So I'm going to select on right and say 0 so that it goes all the way to the right end. So it is absolute and it's just floating on the top here. And let's now go to our props, and I'm going to say this button, I want it a little bigger. I want it a little bigger, so I am going to change the size of it to XL so that it kind of shows up. And then I want to make it softer. That's too hard for that button. So I'm going to make it the variant soft. So now it's looking good. Now let's save this. And what I want to do is I want to show the number of cart items in that button. So we did create a cart array in the pizza store in one of our previous chapter, where it's here. What we can simply do is we can add that length as the label of this and bind it. So I will go into the label here. There's two ways to do it. We can actually write this expression here. The other way to do that is actually, we can keep it in a variable and then bind it. I'm going to just hard code it for now. In fact, what I'm going to do is instead of using a label, I'll add a span as in the default slot of the button. And I'll use the span to add that label. So it can say cart items, and then it takes the mustache syntax and say cart.length. So it's showing cart items 0 because there are 0 items. So I'll do a hyphen here, and then I'll say just 0. That should do. So just to go into full screen, it's a big screen. It looks something like this. Looks a little awkward, but we'll fix that shortly. And then also I'll go to the base button, and then I will make it a little more rounded. I'm not sure if there's a rounded one here, probably not. But I'll add a leading icon, one that's before the text, and I'll say cart, and then I'll say this is our cart. I'll maybe use something else like this, a shopping basket or something, and escape. So we have added a icon there. Now, ideally, since we are displaying the cart length in here, when we add the pizzas to the cart, it should increase and show up here. Let's do that. I'm going to tab to close my hide my panels, and I'll come down here, and then I'm in click mode. I'm going to add 1, 2, 3, 4 pizzas. Let's go up here, and you can see that it didn't work. So why it didn't work is a big question, right? So to answer that, let's go into our external browser. Or actually, I will start my, I'll create a new terminal by clicking on this plus button and then say default. And then I'm going to start the Vue DevTools that is standalone so that I can float it. And I've got it already connected. Let's go to in here. And then I will dock my screen to the left here. Actually, I've got a screen, a real estate issue. I think the best thing to do is just use the external browser. And let's open the Vue DevTools. And let's go down to this place. And I have that, we've got the cart here. And in the pizza store island, we've got a cart array. Let's try adding it. It seems to be not adding, but if you select that again, you can see that it's adding. So our cart does have the pizzas that we were adding because we did validate it before, but the length is not showing reactively. The reason is very simple. When we use a variable in our template, the template wouldn't know when that variable is changing value unless or otherwise it's reactive. So we need to add some reactivity in here. That's where it gets very interesting. So now I'm going to quickly fix something. So I am going to go open my panels and the base button. I'm going to add a rounded class just to make it look a little better. I'm going to make rounded 3XL, and I have to go into the attribute panel to add exclamations to override and make it important. So that will make that cart button a little rounded, so it's a little different from the other ones. Let's save and let's go back to our thing, npm run lint, and let's commit our button, which doesn't work yet. So this is chapter 25, and commit and sync. And in the next chapter, we are going to get into reactivity, Vue reactivity. All right, we already started Vue, and we are now getting into Vue reactivity. Again, it's one of those things that, it might sound like too, hard or complex. Reactivity is something that we have to learn. There's a small learning curve to that, but the basic reactivities are quite easy to grasp. So let's get into it. The first one is a ref. Now, what I've got here is we've got up here, if you follow my, a mouse, we've got a simple variable called name is equal to Nura, just a const, and we are consoling it, and they'll just print as it is. But a reactive variable, we actually enclose it in a bracket and wrap it with a ref. A ref is ref makes a variable reactive, and it can take an initial value. So we've got a count here, and we're making that reactive with the initial value of 0. And now if we print count, it will not print 0, rather it will print value is 0, because a reactive variable is it's a proxy, so its value has to be accessed with count dot value. That's the difference. So a normal variable, we can use it as it is, but a reactive ref, we have to add a dot value to it to get its value. So now if we, in order to assign a value to it, again, we have to say count dot value. Now we can easily make our cart reactive by just adding a ref to it. And then we have to import ref from Vue and say we imported ref. And now since we made the cart reactive, we have to use cart.value in order to push the pizza in and save. And now let's test it out, and let's come back here. I'll use the external browser so that it's easy to look at a bigger screen. And now let's try adding the pizzas, and I'm going to refresh this just to make sure that I got the latest update if there was anything stale. And let's now try adding the pizza to the cart, and look, we've got the item showing up the total number of items correctly. Let's add more pizzas, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, keep going. So we've got a reactive cart now that will always show the total number of items that we've added to the cart. So that's as simple as that. It's a ref, and it's very easy to use. Again, reactivity is something that we have to learn over time, but using a ref is as simple as that. That's the basic of a ref. Now let's commit, lint and commit, and let's not forget to save. I think we didn't do anything in Vue Designer. It's just adding a ref to that one. Before I forget, you see, we actually imported this ref, and this import is not required in this template. The reason being, in îles.config.ts, we added a Vite plugin. It includes a Vite plugin called AutoImport. So you can see down here, it's kind of imported, and it's a Vite plugin that can be added, and we can use a couple of presets like Vue Pinia, so that when we use this Vite plugin, we don't have to import those APIs from Vue, and we can directly use them in the script. Now again, it's optional. Some people like to still import because it's unlike components. This is something that we work in the script section. So it's good to import as well. So again, it really comes down to personal taste. So that is called auto import. So let's go back to our slide. And you can see that we already touched on file-based routing. Auto import component is again very similar. When we use a base button in a component in a hero section, we have to explicitly import it. But if you recall, we were just drag and dropping that base button, as if it was already imported in that particular component or pizza, the hero section. The reason why we didn't explicitly import is because Iles automatically has auto import components, or Iles automatically auto imports components. And by means of a Vite plugin, we were able to auto import APIs as well. So those are the three concepts that we quickly checked off our list in this table. All right, so let's commit. So we are in chapter 26, and that's about the ref. And let's get to our next reactivity concept in the next chapter. I'll see you in the next one. So our cart button now at the moment is showing at a label that says cart item is equal to 0, and it looks a little awkward. We want to have something that's more intuitive. So we want to show that text conditionally depending on whether there's 0 items in the cart or there are more items. So how can we do that? So one way to do that is basically we can duplicate this base button and apply a VIF. If it is length is 0, then we can say something. And if the length is not 0, we can say something else. There's actually a smarter way. Let's save this and then let's go to Pizza Store. Here's where we can use something called computed. So again, similar to the ref, it is auto imported. So I am going to create that here. Now I've got a VS Code extension which is actually part of this .VS Code 1. Actually, it's not part of this. It's called Sarah Drasner. I'll actually type that in. Is the author of it. And it's actually this one. It's called Vue VS Code Snippet. And I've got that installed. What it lets me do is I can type a few shortcuts like vbase, and that will actually create a single file component snippet. Instead, I can also use vcomputed, and you can see that it's giving me some option to snippets to pick up, and using that extension, I'm going to use the v3 computed, and this is called a computed property. And we can say cart text, and in here we can conditionally create a value. So we can say the display text is equal to if the cart dot value dot length, the cart is a ref, so we have to say cart dot value dot length. If it is equal to say 0, then we'll say the cart is empty and put an exclamation. If not, we'll say total 5 items or any number of items. Now, in order to make this 5, we can make it into an expression by using the this format and replacing that 5 with a $, and then adding that cart dot value dot length. So this is the ES syntax, ES module syntax to actually add a variable inside a string as a shortcut for that. And then now we can return this display text. Save that. So we got a cart text. Now I can let me bring in the DevTools, and then let's go to our page, and it's already connected. Let me refresh to make sure it's getting connected to here. And then now let's go to our cart island. Now we need to go down, scroll down to it to display it, and in here under the apps, the pizza store, and then we've got a cart store, and in here you can see that the cart text is a computed value, and Vue DevTools actually helps us validate these sort of stuff, so it's currently empty. Now let's go into click mode and let's add some pizzas. I'm going to add a couple of them, and you can see in the DevTools that the cart has now got 8 items and the cart text automatically changed the value conditionally. It says total 8 items. So now we can use this one computed variable in our button here. So let's go in here and then say, now we can say this whole thing will be that computed variable cart text. Now it says total 8 items. Now if we add more items to the cart, it will actually show that reactively. And if we refresh so that it becomes a reset to 0, and let's scroll down, and you can see that its cart is empty. So that cart text is a computed value. So let's save this, and then let's go to the slide pack. And the easy way to understand computed is basically it's like a good old spreadsheet. If you recall, you might have used first name, last name, and a formula to combine these two, concatenate these two. So if the first name was Din and then the second last name was Jarin, we can write a formula that says concatenate those two and it'll be Din Jarin. And similarly, we can apply the same formula for another one that says first name is Sama and the last name is Ahmed, and then it's Sama Ahmed. So basically this is what computer does. It's actually like an Excel formula. So here's an example here. So the computer is actually first name dot value plus there's a space and then the last name dot value. And similar to ref, it's a reactive variable. In order to use the value, we have to use a dot value. But the key thing is for both ref and computed, when we are using the variables in a template, we don't have to use value because Vue will automatically unwrap those. So we have to use dot value only within the script section. Now that might actually be a little hard to follow, but when we use something like the Vue language tools, you can see that when we try using cart text here, let's say I want to assign it to something else, test equal to cart text dot, and you can see that Voila, which is the language tool on VS Code, that extension that we installed earlier, automatically shows that we probably have to add a value to it so that we won't miss that. And then we can actually, do a cart.length, value.length. And it's an easy way to sort of distinguish between normal variables and reactive variables. So that's what a computer is all about. So let's commit npm run dev. So we added a reactive cart button and then also showing a computed value in that. So which is a good outcome. I think I should be linting instead of that I opened a dev server. So it's just this one. So we are in chapter 27. Commit, sync, and I'll see you in the next one. Now, are you one of those people who hasn't adopted TypeScript? Because we are all in a transitionary phase and we are improving on a skill, and TypeScript is actually becoming mainstream day by day. But the thing is, there's actually a very easy way to use JavaScript in a TypeScript file by just allow.js in the tsconfig.ts file in a TypeScript project like ours. In there, there's actually an option called compiler options, and there we can allow.js and set it to true, and then we can turn off the strict mode. And what this means is we can write JavaScript in a TypeScript file. As a matter of fact, we have been doing it all through this course. Now let me open all our components, our pizza store. You can see all the script section are actually linked TypeScript. So we should ideally be writing TypeScript in there, but we actually wrote just JavaScript, ES modules, just like we write in ES modules. The reason is we have actually, if we open tsconfig.json, the template that we used allowed.js so that it doesn't alert us, and the strict mode is false. So this combination actually helps us keep our scripts, our code future-proof, so that we can gradually actually adopt TypeScript when we want to, because we can now, for example, pick this pizza alone and then define a type for that without our app not getting broken, or until we develop the skill to understand TypeScript and use it effectively. So we don't have to write TypeScript, because TypeScript is valid JavaScript, and we have been doing JavaScript till now, and even some of the files that we refer to were all TypeScript files. So you might have had this question before as to why the app.ts and site.ts are all TypeScript files, and we were still writing JavaScript inside that. It's because of that two values. So it's strongly recommended that you keep the project's TypeScript as a TypeScript project, and then set these flags so that you can still continue writing JavaScript like how you used to, but your code and your components are future-proofed, so that when you're ready to write TypeScript, we can pick one or two components and start writing types, and then gradually adopt it when we want to. So there's a way out without hating TypeScript if we are not ready yet. So that's a key one. This I just want to call out. Now we are going to learn two key concepts of Vue. One is called composables, and the next one is state management. Now again, these are quite easy concepts if we can focus and understand the purpose of them, because we don't have to use them in simple apps, only when it's needed. So it's an architectural pattern, and it helps in a lot of ways when our app grows in complexity. Now let's convert this base button into a component on its own, and let's right click here and then say convert it into a new component, and then let's call it FloatingCart. And what we just did is we actually broke our app. If you have check your console, it would throw some errors, because what has happened is we have been using that convert to and that option quite a lot, because we were converting a static HTML page. But this that cart button was actually using a state that lives within the pizza store component, which is the cart text. And what happened is when we moved that into a separate component called FloatingCart, which is using the cart text, it's not available. So one way to actually fix that is basically define a prop and say, give me the text that I have to display. And then we can send that prop in the FloatingCart component, that cart text as a prop, so that the FloatingCart can actually display it. Another way is we can actually create a composable. And let me open this, and I've got the pizza store open here. And let's define what a composable is. In simple words, a composable is something, let me get to the slide. Any reactive logic can become a composable. I think that's the easy way to understand it. Any reactive logic can become a composable. So let's come back to our pizza store. The reactive logic in this section, in this component, is actually the cart, which is a ref, and we've got a add to cart that adds something to the cart, and then we also have a computed property on the cart so that it gives a dynamic value depending on whether the cart is empty or not. What we can do is copy this and then move it into a separate file, which is called a composable. Now a composable is nothing but a function. So the convention that is generally followed is under the composable folder. Let's create a cart composable, cart.ts, and it generally takes a form where it exports a function that has the name that says use that composable, so use cart, and that's generally a function, and it returns something. Now what we can do is we can copy that that reactive logic into this cart, and we can move this cart state outside so that it stays global, so that it doesn't change every time we call this cart. And now what we can do is we can return these three items, the cart, the add to cart function, and the cart text in this composable function. So a composable is not an API. It's a pattern. It's just a function that's written in this form to actually move some reactive logic in there. And the purpose is, there are various purposes for that, but let's do this. So we are exporting the cart, and then we are also exporting the add to cart function, and then we are also exporting the cart text. And let's save this. Now what we can do is we can come back to the pizza store and remove this reactive logic that we just moved into the composable, and we can import that composable here at is the src folder generally /composables/cart, and then we can import that use cart composable, and we can say using a composable for the cart, and in here we'll say const, and we will destructure, we will actually call that function so that it will return, we can get all those three data, the reactive data or functions that it's returning, and then we can assign them in here, cart, add to cart, and then there was a cart text. Now that we have done this, you can notice that this yellow means that it's not used in this component. So we can actually remove this cart and the cart text, because in this store, we are just only calling that function add to cart by consuming the child components events emit. So let's save this now. And then on a similar way, let's go now into the FloatingCart component. And in here, let's remove these placeholder text. And then in here, let's again import that use cart component of composable. And let's do the same thing, destructure that, call that first function so that we'll get those three. And this one is using cart text. Save. So essentially this composable is it's a ES module, which means it will actually hold the state globally up here. And then it's got some reactive, a function or some transformation on that reactive data computed. And then it's also adding some values to it. And then we are able to use that in two different components in the pizza store as well as in the FloatingCart, which are not connected, which are not having any communication between themselves. We could have done the prop as well, but there's a reason as to why I'm doing this. Now let's come back to our app and refresh just in case. And then let's go down, it hydrates. And now let's try adding some pizzas. Voila, you see that? The floating button still works. Previously it wasn't working because we broke it, but now we moved the state and the reactive logic associated with that into a composable, and then we used it in two separate components. Basically, we are using the composable as a shared state. Now a composable can be used for different purposes. It can be a single use because that logic might be too much to hold in a component, so it's not readable. It can be shared between different components, and there can be other types of composables as well. But this is there is a learning curve to composables in order to use it very effectively. But it can be a powerful one when you need, when you get into this kind of situations. So that's what a composable is. So what we just did is basically extracted this reactive logic out into a composable, a function, and then exported that for any consumers to consume. That's what a composable is. So just remember this word reactive logic, because we're going to use that to distinguish from something else in the next chapter. All right, let's do our thing. npm run lint, and before git committing, let's quickly touch on something. we noticed that we imported that composable in these two files. Again, similar to the Vue APIs, our template in the Iles config we can use that import to import those composables from a specific folder. So we have already got that configured here, which means we can actually import any composable across any of the components without importing it. Again, it's a personal preference. You might like it, you might not like it, but our app should still work. So I've just removed it, but you can bring it back if you choose not to, auto import these kind of composables. And in a similar way, if we have some use function in a utils folder or stores folder, and that also will be auto imported in a similar fashion, which we will be using in the next chapter. All right, so let's, so this is chapter 29, and let's commit and sync, and I'll see you in the next one. In our pizza store component, we have this pizzas array, which we constructed a while ago. And it's generally not a good practice to have such data in the component. So I'm going to copy this, and in the root folder of our project, we will create a file called db.json, and then I'm going to create a JSON object with a key called pizzas, which should be in double quotes because it's a JSON, and then paste that data in here. I'm going to remove this variable name here in the front. So all this highlighting is stating that we have to use double quotes on the key value pair. So if I save this, Prettier does a good job in terms of fixing that up. So all our data is in here. Now what we can do now is we can come back here, and instead of having this pizza array here, we can import pizzas from the root folders. Generally the alias is /db.json. What this means is that data is coming, we are importing it, so which means we don't have to have it here in this particular component. As simple as that. We just moved our data to a JSON file. Let's push this across. And we are in chapter 30. So it's 30 and done. All right, next one is a very interesting one. Let's see in that. So now that we have moved our JSON file, pizza data into a db.json, I'm going to show you a trick which is very helpful when we want to test APIs. So let's go back to our browser, and this is our Git repo, and I'm going to show you two tricks. One is in GitHub, you can actually replace the .com with a div, and our repo actually opens like Visual Studio Code in GitHub. I thought it's a cool thing. I'll just call it out so that if you didn't know about it, it is very helpful, because now we can check our repo on GitHub as if we are using VS Code, but in the browser. It's helpful when we actually refer to any repo in GitHub that people share. But that's not, we're not going to use it now. I just wanted to show you. Another one is we can copy the same URL, GitHub URL, and then instead of github.com, we can say stackblitz.com and add GitHub after that. So what I did is I replaced github.com with stackblitz.com, and just after stackblitz.com, I added /github/ and then the rest of the URL. Now what this does is it'll actually open our, something happened. It didn't open. I actually spelled it wrong. It's stackblitz.com. So now what happens is that repo that we just did this whole URL interchange, will open in an online editor called StackBlitz. It's more than an editor. It actually starts the dev server and then compiles your project and then serves your project in a browser that's inbuilt within that. It's very cool because it's helpful when we want to kind of create a repo, a replication, reproduction, if we want some help, so that people can quickly open that GitHub repo and then start the dev server and then test it out in the browser without cloning it to local folder. So it is very helpful. I'm going to leave it here so that it will take some time to install because it's a web. I think it did finish installing, and then you can see that it's opening our project in a browser that's part of StackBlitz, and Svelte is yelling out that Iles, there's some Ali issue, and our page looks okay, but it's showing only one card for some reason, but we'll check it out. But what I wanted to really use in this chapter is basically in a similar fashion. What we can do is there's this website domain called my-json-server.com, and then and there's actually another word before the .com, which is typecode.com. So what I did is I replaced GitHub with my-json-server.typecode and then .com and the rest of the our repo. Now if we open that, what happens is that particular site will open our GitHub repo. Not really open, it just picks the JSON file in the project root, and we can see that it picked a pizza array within the db file. So if I open the pizzas array, you'll notice that it's actually serving a JSON there. So now what we can do is we can actually use this URL as an API to fetch our data. So it's still our data, but we just pushed it to GitHub, and we are using the db.json in our GitHub as a REST API through this website. So it is sort of a inception. Let's go to our browser, to our editor. Now we will open our pizza store. And at the moment, our pizzas are coming from that JSON file. I'm going to comment that out. And now this particular template that we're using includes a REST API library to fetch data from REST API called OhMyFetch. It's actually an library, a package from an organization called UnJS, which is quite heavily used in the Nuxt world. So OhFetch, and then it has a fetch export, and it's quite similar to Axios if you have used Axios in the past. And now what we can do is we can fetch our pizzas, const pizzas await, because it's an async call, and then we can say fetch, and in quotes I can paste that pizzas link. There's no authentication for this. It's a very simple one, but now our pizzas actually is getting fetched from an API. Previously it was local. We moved it into a JSON file, but now it is from the API. Now let's save this, and now let's go and start up our startup page. I closed it for some reason, and it's loading up. And then now let's come down. Our pizzas are actually not loaded. Interesting. Let's look why. I'm going to open that in the browser and open the DevTools. So we have a client visible directive on the pizza store. So let's scroll down to it, and you can notice that we are getting some issue, and it says something about no suspense boundaries found with regards to that when an async call is done within a setup function, it has to use a suspense. Now that is a topic that we are not going to cover in this course. What is the suspense? But what it basically means is we need to look at our islands as a separate app from the rest of the app. What it means is we shouldn't ideally be doing async data fetching within our islands. If we want to do it, we should ideally keep it in a child component and wrap the child component within a suspense. But again, I wouldn't go into that topic called suspense. But if at all you want to actually fetch some async data in an island, just remember that you might actually hit that spot where you will have to move that async call into a child component and then call that child component here and then wrap the child component with the suspense. But for now, what we can do is what ideally we should be doing is do this fetch call, the async data fetching in the parent of Pizza Store, which is it's part of the index page. Now let's go to our index page where we're calling this Pizza Store. And what we'll do is we'll add a script section here, script setup, lang is equal to ts, and in here we can actually do that async data fetching. And what we'll do is let's go back to our Pizza Store and we will remove this from here, and let's we can get the pizzas array as a prop. We know what prop is, so let's do a define props, and then that'll take object, and we'll call our props as pizzas, and it's of type array, and we'll say the default. Now actually we shouldn't be assigning an empty array as a default. When it comes to objects and arrays, we should ideally return a function so that it will return a function. That's generally the way to go, so that that default values are not, because objects and arrays they can be, they are references, so we don't want to actually use already existing object. We want to actually take a fresh copy of it. That's why we are taking that's why when we do a default value for an object and array, we should set it through a function. Now that that's done, we can come back to our index page, and when we're calling the Pizza Store, we can pass the pizzas that we have already fetched as a prop, and then bind it. Of course, it's a variable. And now once we do that, now let's you can see that it's kind of working here. Let's also again look in the browser. I'll refresh, and what we're doing now is we are fetching the pizzas in the home page. So it has already fetched it, the index page. If we go to our DevTools and go to our home page, we can check that yes, it did fetch the pizzas from the API source. And then now when we travel all the way down to the Pizza Store, there is a visible client visible directive, so that it's getting hydrated now. And now the index page passed the props to that component, Pizza Store, and the Pizza Store consumed it and then used it, and we still have the same thing. And we can it's consoling something. Yeah, I think we have to remove a console. So it is adding it to the cart. It's looking good. Let's also remove that console statement from somewhere. I think it's from the cart. Yeah, so here I'll remove that. So what we've done is we have actually done a REST API call, and then we are fetching the pizza data, and then we are passing it to our island as a prop. And I think it's important to understand that islands are individual apps. When we build the app, the islands are, there's no suspense around it. I think I'll avoid that word, but essentially we need to make sure that no async data fetching is happening within islands. If at all we want the data to be fetched during build time, and build that as a static side. So what we can do now is npm run build, and let's look at our dist folder. So you can see that there's a lot of comments, warnings here. It's to do with DevTools. Now this happens when we use the DevTools, the standalone version, because we are importing this. This is generally not required when we're building it. So I will try to run it again. Again, like whether to use the DevTools as a standalone version or the browser, it's really a personal choice. Now let's look at our dist folder, and in the index file, I'm going to copy this, go back to our Pizzeria HTML project, and then create a file, index-version4.html. And then if we paste it here, save it so that it formats. Now, if we search for the word JSON, we wouldn't get it, because what Iles did was when it was rendering the home page, it already fetched that data, and all our pizza data is actually, sort of statically built now. So our pizzas should be down here. I'm not going to scroll down and look for each of the pizzas. So, but you can see, yes, it is here, and the source is here. So our page is still static. So we can put it on a CDN, and it's not going to make any API calls when the user opens the home page and goes to the pizza store. So that's a big win. So let's now do our thing. Go into npm run lint. And this is chapter 31. And let's do a quick check. So we defined a prop, and we just removed the console from the cart composable. We're fetching the data in the index page. I'll add a space after these sections. And then we are passing it as a prop to our island. And then in app.ts, we just uncommitted that out so that it doesn't goes into our build. It's just warnings. It doesn't really get built anything. And the package log seem to have got updated. Okay. So when we do npm install, package log generally takes a name that we updated in our package JSON, and that happened just now because I just did a npm install just before recording this chapter. So that's all good. So 31, and next chapter we're going to look into Pinia, which is a very interesting topic. I'll see you in the next one. In this chapter, we're going to just look at this floating cart button again. I'm not really liking the position of it. I'm going to go into the pizza store, remove the floating cart from here, and let's go to the default layout, and the navbar is here. I want the floating cart to be fixed somewhere. So I'm going to drag and drop the floating cart, which I've already searched. Just above the navbar. Now we know where the floating cart is by clicking on it, but what is happening here is the navbar has that Z index to be in front of the hero image. So we might have to bring this forward. We can add a Z20 on it, so that it 20 on it, because we used 10 for the navbar. So that should bring it forward. And we can make the position fixed so that when we scroll, it's fixed in one position. I am going to try fixed, and that worked. But when we scroll, it's not, because if we drill down into the floating cart, we set an absolute and write in the button inside the floating cart component, which might not be the way we want it. I think it's a better design to let the parent component decide where it should be floating or not. It could be okay here as well. I'm going to just remove it here for now, and then go to the parent component, and then select the floating cart, and then click on this third display and position tab, visual helper. Scroll down a little bit and set the position of it towards the right, maybe at the distance of 2, so that it's not touching the border. And the bottom, I'll set it around 10. Or maybe a little 12, maybe, because it's too close to this debug button. But you saw that I did set 12, but it just jumped to the top. And this can happen occasionally because, as I told you, HMR is what do you call it? Probabilistic, but it works most of the time beautifully. But there are some reasons as to why sometimes it might actually miss updating the app correctly. Very rarely. I'm not just saying that happens all the time. Those kind of moments, it could be reasons, there could be various reasons for it. One is I've got my console open here. There could be some errors or warnings in the console, DevTools, and we can obviously check that and fix that. But if the HMR didn't apply properly and you want to sort of nudge it, what we could do is the Vue menu has an option called Save and Force HMR and then reload the components. So if we do that, HMR will be sort of, we are nudging the Vite dev server to apply the HMR properly. So essentially it's kind of re-rendering the components. So now it's kind of applied properly. Now you wouldn't be needing to use this quite often, but it has a shortcut key, Alt S. Command S or Control S is generally for saving the page. Alt S is to save with forcing the HMR. Just note that when we do that, Alt S, forcing the HMR, the state is not preserved. So basically, if I now come here and then add some to the cart, and then if I do Alt S in my a keyboard, and it's kind of saving the page. It did preserve the state, but sometimes it doesn't. So it's not guaranteed all the time. So now we've got the floating cart floating, which is good. And the thing I want to call out is, if you recall, we actually moved our cart to a composable, which means the cart is like a global state at the moment. So we can move the floating cart anywhere, in the app tree. You can see that it was previously part of the pizza store, and now it's actually all the way up here in the default layout. So essentially, it's like that that cart composable is like a store, global store, and then we are using the cart array in two spots. We're using the composable in two spots. One to add to the cart from the pizza carts. We are actually sending that, emitting that event to the parent, and the pizza store adds that to the cart, and then the floating cart uses the reactive variable to actually display that text there. It's a very powerful pattern. Again, it takes a while to kind of practice it and use it effectively. When it comes to global state, a better option, or if there's some state needs to be global, because we do have a menu, a page and an auto page. There's something called Pinia, which is a global state management solution for Vue. We'll see that as a bonus section towards the end of this course, because it is a little similar to composable, but I don't want to jump into that after this. But if you want, please check that out in the bonus section. So now we have moved the floating cart to the layout. Let's do our thing. npm run lint. And let's double check. So we added this, remove the absolute. We added the floating cart to the removed it from the pizza store and added to the layout. So looking good. So this is chapter 32. And in the next chapter, we're going to wrap up this app and then wrap up our course soon. So I'll see you in the next one. So in this chapter, we're going to look at some navigation. Now we are quite familiar with the app tree navigation, navigating across all the components in the page, in the current page. Now, what happens? Let's check what happens if we load, for example, the hero section, and let's actually navigate to the menu option. Now, I'm not sure if I've told you before, when we are in click mode, if we want to click one navigation link, we can use the Alt key and then click on it. It's equivalent to temporarily switching the click mode on. Now we are in the menu page and we are getting a amber message. And let's go to our config panel and check what that status means. So it says the currently loaded component HeroSection.Vue hasn't mounted yet, and hence it's not displayed in the page view. To edit the component, navigate to where the component is used in the app. Obviously, this component is actually not displayed in the page now because we navigated from the index page, the home page. It makes sense because, and one way to verify that is if we open the app tree now, you would notice that it's different because it shows the menu page now in the app tree, because the app tree is actually the tree of the app. So if I now go back to our home page, I'll click this. And now if we check the app tree, now we've got the home pages, components. So the app tree actually displays the app tree of the current page. And that message means that when we are in the menu page, obviously this component, when we work on it, it's not going to, preview, we can't preview it in the current page view. The interesting thing is we can now, when we are in the menu page now, we can now click on menu component to load into the menu component and select this placeholder text span. And we can design this menu page now. If we want to design the order page now, click on the order page, and it did change here. It's just using the same placeholder text. Now it's coming with a message that the menu is not loaded in the current page. Yes, it is not, because we are in a different page now. Now if we can use the app tree and navigate to the order page in order to design that. So it's very similar to how we design the home page. It's just that, like how we navigated across the components in the home page, we do the same thing even to navigate, across pages. Because Iles already enables us to use file-based routing. So as long as we have a page created and show up in the navbar, we should be able to go anywhere in the app in the page tree, page view, in order to design it. So the interesting outcome is we used the file explorer, here a lot in VS Code, but we hardly used the file explorer project panel in Vue Designer in this course. Because we are live designing it in a live context, in the context of a live dev server in the page, and that's why this navigation helps, and it's very efficient, and it's very productive, and we can go anywhere in the app to sort of load that component. For example, the About Us page, and then we can design it. So it's a very powerful one. We did not, obviously we did not design a lot of pages in this one. We just had some placeholder pages, but we'll probably do more pages in the next course. But that's page navigation. So it's just not app dev, not just in the same page, but across pages. So we can probably, now you probably know how to actually jump to a menu page, and then maybe you've got a design somewhere and you can now drill down into load the menu page. Now do our thing, like, copy the code and create different sections in this menu page. And I am curious as to, what kind of design you're going to come up with. Obviously, we didn't design a lot of components in this course, but at least you would be able to, bring in or do something similar. One good place for such designs is actually Pinegrow itself. So Pinegrow Online is a sort of at the moment it's used like a, experimental thing, and basically it has a bunch of featured projects, and it has a couple of templates, static templates, Tailwind ones and Bootstrap ones. Bootstrap doesn't go well with Vue. It's a little different concept altogether. Tailwind goes really well with Vue. So let's view this page, the Beauty Punch. And you can see that it is a nice layout. So it's a static page with Tailwind CSS. So you could probably follow the same course and right click and check the page source. Page source might not be the one to copy. I believe like we'll have to use the frame source because it's within a frame or something, or maybe it is a page source. But if you've got Pinegrow, it is the page source. It's down here. It's all there, and this also has the PGIA. I believe that what do you call it? The JavaScript in this page. And the other thing is, if you've got Pinegrow app, which is a flagship product, when you click on new project, it comes up with a lot of different blocks for Tailwind and Bootstrap, and you've got a lot of those ones here. So you can preview it in a browser, and that's what we used, one of those links. And then right click and go through this whole course and practice coming up with converting this static HTML page into a Iles app, or if you want, you can try other frameworks as well, but that is an option. So finally what we'll do in this course is to finalize our app, we will implement the dark and light mode in this chapter. So for that one, I'm just going to quickly touch on how it's done. Let me come back to VS Code, and we might be using VS Code a lot, and we might be doing a bit of a designing in this one. So if you're not too much into designing at the moment, and we'll be probably using some Tailwind classes, you could probably park this for later. But essentially, the way the template that we used, it has a layout. The default layout we have already seen it, and what this does is it has a div tag here. Let's see it in Vue Designer. I'll open the props panel, and this div tag, you can see the list of classes on it. It applies a background white and a text neutral 900, and it also has the inverse colors for for dark mode. Now, I'm not going to completely implement the dark mode. I'm just going to say how it is being done, and because it's a lot of changes in the app, or we could probably assess how much change is needed. So what happens is when we use the dark mode, light mode switcher, the whole app's theme is changed so that it uses. So because all the components use the primary and secondary color palette instead of directly using a color, but the template that we translated has a lot of colors hard-coded in the tags. So for example, let's go into one of these tags in the, let's say, feature section down here. When we look at this, let's say this, I'm in click mode. So if we pick this H2, you can see that the color is set here, text primary 500. Now, if I remove that, it falls back to the default color, and in dark mode, it will convert to, obviously the white color, the lighter color. So we want this color to be implemented at a component level. That's the ideal way to do. Or there can be situations where we want to actually apply it. For example, as a heading, we want to apply it specially. So for this H1, I will undo and have that text primary 500 in the tag. And in addition to that, what I'll do is I'll add a dark variant to it. So I'll say dark variant and select that. And then let's say text primary. And this time we'll say 400 on a dark one. So now what we can do is let's swap the, turn on the dark mode. And we can see it's not too obvious, but there is a slight difference as to how it looks. And we can apply the same logic, across the whole app. Now, for example, this section is actually dark because it is inheriting that color from the layout. in a dark mode, the background color is that, and that's why it's inheriting, which is a good thing. But this one is actually looking not great. So to fix this one, what we can do is just remove that, and then it will apply the color of the layout, so that in light mode, it will look darker, and in dark mode, it'll look lighter. So we can keep going, and we can just remove those hard-coded text colors and backgrounds to make sure that our page is good for both colors. Now there is actually a H3 here. Again, I believe that it is having some color being set at a tag level. So let's remove this now, and it's okay. So this is a reverse of it. So what it is doing is it's using a white background, so that's why it's setting that color. And this color, there's no color to this, so it's kind of inheriting the color of the background of the dark mode of a text, which means we might have to bring back the the text color of this. So let's bring text gray 800 for this, for example, and that should bring the color back. Now in light mode, it should be good. It should show dark, and in dark mode, it will be lighter. It'll still work because the background is always white. So we could again apply the same logic for all these H3s. Now, in order to select and tag across multiple levels, if they are synchronous, we can actually use Shift and try selecting that. And Vue Designer does try to select select the H3, just the H3 alone across tags, but it did not. I am going to manually control click this. And then add that class dark text 800. So that seems to be okay. I think our PizzaCard is anyway white background, so it seems okay. It was hard coded. This seems a little odd, but I believe it's okay for now. But I think generally, that one was the key one. This feature section was the one that was looking a little odd, but we have kind of fixed it temporarily. But ideally, it's a design decision as to how we are implementing it. Because if you look at the templates from Vue Designer, the start screen, most of the templates will not have hard-coded colors except for primary, secondary kind of combination. And the colors are generally set within the component. So it'll be just set at the component level, and that the text content within it will sort of inherit it, both the text color as well as the background of it, so that it's always having the right contrast. So I think with this one we can wrap it up. So yeah, so that's the last thing I wanted to touch on. Let's do our thing. So linted feature section, we fixed that light mode, dark mode, and this seems to kind of pop up quite often. I'm not sure why. So we are in chapter 33 and done. And this is the last commit for the app. So we are quite happy with it for now. What that means is it's a good time to preview our app in production, which is npm run now. And it's going to build it and open a preview page. And it should open automatically in our external browser. So our home page looks like this in dark mode because we selected dark mode last time. It looks quite decent. And let's check light mode. Yeah, so it's looking good. We can do some more design magic, but it looks good for now. Let's go to the menu. It's just a placeholder pages. Let's go to the About Us page. It's looking good. And let's now come down to our cart and make sure all our composable works. And it's not working. Why is that? It was working in development. So let's go to our dev environment and then refresh and come down. It is working in dev, but it's not working in production. The reason is simple. if we come back to our layout, our floating cart is actually using reactive data variables. And a while ago, we did see, when to apply hydration. And we did see that, hydration is required when even listeners are registered and when hooks are used, and also when reactive data is also used. So we did not hydrate it. So we need to apply a hydration. So since it's going to be floating on the page, we can apply an instant, hydrate it instantly when the page is open. And let's now save this and then come back here and let's try build and preview again. And the whole explicitly opting in for JavaScript is something that will take some time to get used to. So this is our production app. Let's now try adding it, and we see that our cart button works now. So yeah, so I think like we're quite happy with it for now. Yeah, so let's commit this change as well. npm run lint, and we added a hydration directive just to the default one, so we can use the same 33 added client load. I won't call it added hydrated floating cart button, which we missed earlier. Okay, cool. So that is 33. Let's get to the next chapter where, so that kind of concludes our app. So what it means is we can now go to our Netlify link. Netlify should have ideally deployed it, hopefully by now. Let's see. It's not yet, because I think like it's missing the hydration on the cart button, floating cart. So we'll probably come back in a few seconds, maybe in the next chapter, to see that it has deployed it and it's working. I'll see you in the next one. So I'm still at the Netlify production link, and I am going to refresh. Hopefully it deployed the hydration directive for our floating button. Let's test it out. I just refreshed my page. Let's try adding. So you can see that the floating button is now hydrated and it is working really nicely. But let's talk about multi-page applications. We've got an issue that we can't solve at the moment, which is this is a production link on Netlify. We've got 11 pizzas in our cart. Let's go to our menu page, and you can see that the cart is empty now. The orders, when we go to the order page, the cart is empty now, because basically in a multi-page application, the document is, fetched, a new one is fetched for that page from the CDN or the static hosting, and the state is gone. It's not persisted. Now it's a very familiar topic. People probably know that's a biggest difference between MPAs and SPAs. But basically we've got a problem here, but it's not that we can't solve it. We can solve it in MPAs, multi-page applications. Not without, we probably have to write it to a local storage or do a talk to the server, persist it somewhere. And there are some other options as well that's coming up. But the thing is, there's that effort there. And probably it might actually work just fine for our landing page. Maybe we click on this and it opens a payment page with one of our payment partner. And then the user kind of check out for the pizzas there, and then it's good. So maybe a single page actually will actually suit in a lot of scenarios. But we've got some other pages, order page, where we probably want to display this cart, the pizzas that were added, and maybe change the quantity, add a coupon or something, and check out, add some address and do some form validations. So we want that cart to be available in the other one. So that is something that we still have to fix. Now I am going to actually connect my phone to my recording screen, to see if we can demo our app on the mobile. I'm not sure if it is going to record. I'll probably clip it off. But you probably see our app on a mobile, and it looks good on a mobile. Our cart is empty at the moment. And let's go all the way down. The pizza carts are hydrated, and let's make sure that it works on the, let's zooming in. So our pizzas are getting added to our cart. So obviously the same issue, which is if we navigate, for example, the menu page, the cart becomes empty. Yeah, but the app actually kind of works nice. But the only issue is if you look closely, when we navigate to a different page, you would notice that there's a refresh that's happening on the top. And if it is actually on a slow connection, that will actually take some time to load and stuff. So that is how it works in the mobile. Now let me unconnect this. Cool. So we just saw how it worked. So there's an issue that we probably have to solve, and single page applications actually solve this issue by design. So we'll probably solve that towards the end in Vitepress, where we will be converting our app to Vitepress Astro and Vitepress. There is a mode called Astro, not Astro, Turbo in Iles. It is experimental at the moment. So it's kind of commented off in îles.config.ts. You can play around with it. That kind of solves that refresh, issue, that experience. But apart from that, like Iles is an amazing framework to start with because it's quite simple for anyone who's jumping into Vue for the first time. If you are kind of worried about things like SSR and things that are quite that takes more that's a different design from multi-page applications. So that is an issue that we have to solve: the state preservation and persisting and the general user experience. And let's wrap up with Iles in the next chapter. I'll see you in the next one. Even though we built an Iles app in this whole course, we pretty much learned more about Vue. With regards to Iles, we just touched only on client directives because Iles made it mandatory for us. But apart from that, Iles is quite feature packed. So I'll go to the documentation. It's kind of really well done documentation. I'll go to light mode, and it supports like Markdown really well. It actually supports MDX if you are coming from the React world, and for SEO for meta tag, and it has a nice explanation about hydrations. Has a nice explanation about the frameworks that are supported. It also does support something called the client scripts, which can go in as a special script tag within a component, where it's detached from the component, but it will be rendered statically, but it will make sure that it'll hydrate only after that component's DOM has fully rendered on the page. Something that's kind of interesting. I haven't looked into it a lot, but you can do that whole document dot get ID by something, element by something, by ID and stuff. So that it touches on the turbo mode, RSS feed. It has got a nice a module for that. There's a bunch of plugins that 2 of them are already part of the default Iles app. And there are a lot of other ones, especially the images one, which we did not touch in this course, which is quite important to optimize our image. Please check it out. And PWA and deployment, some guides, and on config, it has got a good amount of information. In FAQs, it has got a nice write-up about Islands, the motivation, the fact that it is inspired by Vitepress and how it compares to Vitepress. And Astro, it says that the main inspiration for the partial hydration is Iles. For Iles is Astro, and it talks about the differences. And yeah, so it's a great one. And the troubleshooting is it's got some quick to commonly occurring issue. so which you want to kind of have a quick read about. But it's a very, very simple documentation, and it's really well drafted by Maximo. So yeah, check out the Iles documentation. And in the next one, let's look at meta frameworks in general and then wrap up. I'll see you in the next one. So this chapter is about Vite-Powered Meta-frameworks. Just quickly, so this is a very interesting talk. I really liked Design Principles of Vue 3 by Ivan Yu, where I would suggest you to look up on YouTube. And he talks about how Vue is designed, where it keeps the declarative rendering, where we stick to that HTML and add the tags to the directives and events and other things to directly to the tags, and the component system and the routing, and it's made up of layers. That's why it touches all the different paradigms in terms of where all it can be used. For example, it can be used with Laravel, it can be used for static site generation, MPAs with Iles. For SPAs, there are options, so it can be used anywhere. As a matter of fact, Vue reactivity can be used even in non-UI applications as well. I've used it. It's really good, and it's very easy to learn, and so it's a very core skill that will actually take you far. On a similar line, I actually put together this slide where we've got the same thing in the middle, the SFC, the Vola tooling on the top. On top, and then the same thing in addition to component libraries like Vueify, Naive UI, and Nuxt UI. On top of that, we have Vite-powered frameworks and meta frameworks. So this kind of lists some of the Vue ones. We saw Iles, we've got Vitepress and Nuxt and Quasar, and Astro also has a footprint in terms of supporting Vue components. The beauty is there's a ecosystem of Vite plugins that are quite powerful to make your workflow really efficient, and it's very easy to write your own as well. But in terms of the meta frameworks, the key thing is each of them have individual APIs. For example, Astro and Iles share the same client directives for hydration. But we did not use many Iles specific APIs in any way. We probably used one or two. For example, the use route that Iles kind of exposes for something to find the current location of the page, or to make the HeroSection, the NavBar absolute or something. But Iles and Astro are excellent for content-rich sites, and each of these frameworks specialize in something. Vitepress is excellent for documentation, and Quasar is excellent for cross-platform apps with a single code base, mobile, desktop, web, PWA, and Nuxt is generally excellent for everything. So I've got like 2-3 bonus sections after this slide, before our final slide, next one. It's to do with converting our Iles app into Astro and Vitepress. We'll do Astro first because it's easy to use the same components because they share the same client directives, and then we'll do Vitepress, and after that we'll do Pinia, which is a state management tool. So you can optionally, I kept it as a bonus section because not necessarily everybody would want to touch on other meta frameworks, and also Pinia, which is a little advanced, at least to understand just for newbies. Yeah, please check it out. Otherwise, let's wrap up in the next one. So if you made it this far, thank you for your patience, and hope you learned something valuable and continue learning Vue. We did not use Vue Designer to its full power because we did use it very efficiently at a very basic level, but it is feature packed. There's a lot of things that I can show you, and I'll actually cover them in the next set of courses, especially when it comes to component libraries like Vueify, Nuxt UI, and Naive UI, and that sort of stuff. Even mobile apps and stuff. So the key thing to notice is Vue Designer is not tied to anything. It's tied to the Vue frameworks, the SFC, and the Vite-powered apps. But you can actually design any Vite-powered apps that contain Vue components. So for example, you can open, for example, in Electron app or Tauri app or Framework 7 or Ionic or Quasar, any app that contains Vue components. So that's why we are able to convert it into an Astro app after this. And also, if you're an existing Pinegrow users, you probably already know how to actually use Vue Designer, because the app tree and the page navigation might be the key thing that's the difference. But now, instead of working on a page, a HTML static page, we're thinking about components, right? So we break up a page into an app, and then think at a component level. But in terms of using Vue Designer, it's pretty much the same experience in Pinegrow, except for the workflow, of course, how the dev environment is set up, because Vue Designer kind of delegates the whole build process during the development through Vite, while Pinegrow uses an internal it includes the compilers for Sass and PostCSS and Tailwind, that sort of stuff and we use Vite here. And also, so feel free to play around with Vue Designer. You could probably go to the other pages and kind of design them. There are some key differences, one or two. Since the styles scope to the components, we don't have like a style manager that'll pop up where you can import your CSS, and also the plugins manager that in Pinegrow. It's recommended that we import plugins through npm now, so that it's easy to maintain for plugin authors, Pinegrow plugins. So you might actually be missing the plugin manager, but apart from that, the general experience should be quite seamless. Thank you very much, and let's wrap up with a fun activity. If you go to our config panel, under your project, there are some links to our forum on social media. Please join these forums. We are getting started and it's quite exciting. So be part of shaping Vue Designer's future. On top of that, the key packages of your project, especially Iles. If you like Iles, go to the Iles Git repo, give it a like, a star, and like it to show your love. And also check out their documentation page, and don't forget the other ones like Vite, Tailwind CSS, and also Vue. Show your love and join all those community, because each of them has community links in their section. On Twitter, Discord is quite popular. There's a huge Vue community there. Join them and be part of an amazing community. Now, if you or your company are getting benefited by open source, please consider sponsoring them. It's a great win-win. We shape a better future. Stay back for the bonus section. Otherwise, the drill. Like, share, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you very much. Welcome to the bonus section. So the key thing about the difference between Iles, Vitepress, and Astro, to understand, I like mental models. So the mental model that's easy to understand is the authoring experience. So in Vitepress, you saw that in Iles, the pages are Vue components, and it can also be Markdown in addition to that. But in Vitepress, it's primarily Markdown. I don't believe it actually supports Vue components as pages. At least I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not an expert in these two frameworks, Vitepress and Astro. I'm kind of learning. But that's the key difference, the authoring experience. So that's one of the reasons Vitepress is quite popular for documentation, because you can just start up with zero config, and then you can have a beautiful, amazing inbuilt theme already coming up with comes with the documentation. With regards to Astro, it's quite similar. In Astro, the pages and layouts have to be .astro files. So the .astro file again is like based on HTML format, but it has a lot of JavaScript for conditional logics and then for loopings and stuff. So essentially, when you work on your layouts and pages, we have to work on .astro file. It can't be .vue file, but Astro supports Vue as one of the multiple frameworks it allows in terms of components. So when we actually going to do this migration, migrations across meta frameworks are not quite straightforward. The reason why it might be easy for us in this bonus section is because our app is quite simple to start with. The other thing is we are going to use some templates that are quite similar across both these meta frameworks from the Vue Designer set of templates. So it'll be easy for us to migrate. So we're going to use Visual Studio Code primarily because we're going to just migrate components. We'll take it easy but we're going to do less designing. So let's start with Astro. Astro is quite amazing. They've got a vibrant community. All right, so let's convert our Iles app to an Astro app. So I've got my Pizzeria Iles project open here. I'm going to open a new terminal window in my editor, and then let's go to Vue Designer. Click on New Project and Astro, Tailwind CSS, and click Clone to Local button, and then come back to our editor, open the terminal, and then cd into where we want our project to be created, and then paste that in there. I'm going to call it Pizzeria Astro, and that cloned that template, and then let's go into cd into that folder, and I'll open that in my editor window. So you can drag and drop from your desktop, from your file explorer. And let's dock these two on left and right. So I've got Iles on the left and Astro on the right. And we can go one by one from the top. Let's start with the SRC folder. Let's start with what we did with the HTML one. We'll start with the project db.pgml. Before that, let's first install our dependencies in the Astro template, npm I. And now that the installation is finished, npm run dev, and that should open our dev server. It's opened at 3000. I'm going to open it in an external browser. Again, it's a very simple template. Just the same sort of menu. We've got Baby Yoda or Grogu. And then a couple of sections on the home page, and a quick start that shows that README file of that particular template. And let's now come back and then open the project db.pgml and copy from left to right. I'm going to replace the content in the Astro project. So that is done. And now let's go back to Vue Designer and close this dialog and open our Astro project that we just created. So our dev server is already up and running. As I told you, like we can design any Vite-powered apps, the Vue components of it. So this one has a lot of Vue components, and I'll open the startup page, and you can see that the theme is completely different now. Because when we open a new project in Vue Designer, if there is a project db.pgml, Vue Designer will use something called the design panel to sort of change the theme of it and then write it to a themes folder, and that's kind of tied to the Tailwind config to apply the new theme. Let's close this for now. So our theme is done, and then let's go into the SRC folder, assets. SRC assets. What we did here is we commented off these customization styles for heading tags. That's done. And then let's go into components. We'll go one by one. And this about template is not required. We can delete it. And the base button is pretty much the same. The base icon is pretty much the same. The dark mode switch is the same. The delivery section, the feature section, the floating cart, and those three has to be copied across because they are new components. And when it comes to the hero section, we need to use this one, copy, and on the right hero section, I'll replace what is already there. By the way, the base buttons and base icons are all the same because I created those templates to keep it sync. So that's why we're not migrating them. Meta tags, we'll leave it because they are framework specific. And MyButton, we actually didn't use it. We could have deleted it. NavBar, we do have the logo on the top. This one has just a tight H1 there. So let's copy that anchor tag that contains the SVG logo. And then in here on this side, we will replace the anchor tag, and that should bring our logo across. Desktop tabs, I'm calling it menus, actually tabs. That's the same. Mobile navbar mobile menu is the same. The other ones are pretty much the same. PizzaCard and Pizza Store, yes, and subscribe section. We'll copy the PizzaCard and Pizza Store first, and then copy that across to the components folder this side to Astro. Subscribe section, let's copy that and bring this across. And the counter, it's actually just a placeholder for Pinia. We're not using that. So the divider is a new one. The footer, the Svelte component is a new one. So let's copy those two and bring them across. And that's all the components in this one, and we don't need this walkthrough. Let's delete that. And let's get into composables. We have a cart composable, which we need to move it across. Let's copy that. And the other ones are the standard ones. The content folder is just a README. Default layout, that's a key one. So let's open the default layout on both sides and just understand this. So as I touched on, the layouts and pages in Astro pages, Astro projects are .astro, .astro files. So essentially, this is the script section under that fence. So we need to bring across the current route, which is already here, current path, so which is good. And we need to bring the meta tag, so which is already here as well. So in Astro, the layout includes the HTML header as well. So the meta tag's already here. The navbar is also already here. So it is also doing an absolute background transparent. And then we need to bring the floating cart, and we don't have to remove the client directives because Iles actually follow the same set of directives from Astro. So, but we need to import this component up here because this is a .astro file. So I am going to just duplicate that and replace the name of the component file, and then we have already copied that file, so it should be okay. So floating cart is done and the navbar is done, and then everything else is pretty much the same. We actually have a client none on the footer because it is actually a Svelte component. Now this is a difference between Iles and Astro. In Iles, a non-Vue island must have a hydration directive, at the minimum the client none, which is a default fallback, but it's not needed in Astro. So we just use the footer here on the side, on this side. So that is the layout. That layout was done. So let's move to modules. We didn't really do any modules in there. Let's move then to pages. And again, like similar to layouts, pages must be .astro files. So let's start with the index file, which is the simplest one. And I will collapse my file menu. And so the way this layout is set up is it takes a title. So we can pass a title to the layout we use for this page, and we just move this title as a layout prop, and then we have the script set up. We'll probably look at this last. Let's come to the main section, the template. I want to copy all of these because they're just HTML, and then replace what's in the layout here. And then I'm going to comment off Pizza Store for now. And then up here, let's import all those components to make sure that they are imported in a .astro file. So we've got 3 more. And the first one is the feature section. And the next one is the divider. And the other one is delivery section. and there's a subscribe section, the last one, which is this one, and that's done. So with regards to the pizza store, now we can actually copy with the client directive, but the issue here, not really an issue, it's just a difference in the API. As I already touched on, going from one meta framework to the other, these are the things that we might have to sort of handle. Now I haven't used Astro that much, so I'm not sure how it must be quite easy to just call this API to fetch the data. Let's check their documentation quickly. And documentation, fetch, data fetching, fetch in Astro, and it's quite simple up here. So we just have to add it here in here, and then await fetch, and then we can copy this URL. It's quite similar, like instead of the script section, you've got this fence. So this would be pizzas, and do we have to import the fetch? No, it's kind of taken care of, it's auto imported. And once that is done, this pizzas can go as a prop to our pizza store. I'm not sure if props can be sent across from Astro to Vue components. I believe it should be okay because they're end of the day just objects. So I'm importing the pizza store component as well. So it's saying there's an issue here somewhere, and client visible pizzas. Now I believe in Astro the way to bind props could be a little different. So it is like this, I believe. So it's just within a mustache syntax in HTML attributes. So it's like this. So we need to say pizzas is equal to pizzas, and I believe maybe we don't need to do an assignment at all. So I just removed the assignment, and then it's just pizza. So response is missing. So I think it's to do with this one. It's a response. So let's open the Astro fetch again, and then we got to run a second fetch. So we get the response first, and then get the take the JSONs out of that. So pizzas, and now it should be okay, I believe. Let's now try come to our dev server. I'm going to restart my dev server. And then open 3000, and fingers crossed it should work. Yeah, it does. So that's our hero section, and we've got in the middle the feature section. Our pizza cards are actually hydrated, and we've got the other sections in place. So let's test our composables. It's working beautifully because they got hydrated as well, the same way we did it in Iles. Because if you recall here in Pizza Store, we are making it hydrated on visible, and we also hydrated the floating cart as well. So I think like you see the difference, it's just basically an authoring experience, and obviously JSX is quite powerful for being for expressions and stuff. And I think end of the day, it's just whether you're a cat person or a dog person or that sort of stuff. But I think like the key thing to call out is basically end of the day, what we have done is we've just reused components across these two pages. Now let's quickly crack the next ones. One thing I want to call out is in this Astro template, the navbar. If we go to the layout, the navbar is directly, let me actually, so the navbar has a client load in the Astro project, but in the Iles, what we had is the navbar is not directly hydrated in the default layout. if you look at the Iles project, the navbar is not directly hydrated because it has it has a lot of child components, and then they are hydrated depending on the the media query, the viewport, as to how the width of the page. The reason why we did not just do the same thing in Astro is simple. The hydration directives can be used only in .astro files. So obviously, like we can't bring the hydration directives in the child components of navbar across, and that's why this template, if we go into those child components in navbar component, you would notice that there's no hydration directives at all. So basically hydration directives, client directives, and generally the APIs is pretty much Astro, .astro. It's for the .astro file. That's a key thing to call out. And then the next pages, setup pages, I will remove these quick start, and the subscribe I'll just keep it. And then we've got a menu page, we've got an order page. I'm just going to copy just one because pretty much all of them are the same. So each page has to get a layout. So I'm going to rename this subscribe to menu, and then we'll send the title of this page as menu to the layout. And then let's remove this, and basically it has an empty div or a placeholder div in the middle. We'll copy the div and paste it in the side, and that is the menu page. And we can create a new page, the other two pages as well, which is the order.astro, and we just have to change the name, title of the page, order, and then about us. That's the last page. .astro, and this is I'm just copying it across, about page, about us. All right, so we have moved all the pages across, and it still worked because end of the day the fundamentals are the same. We are reusing components. Just about the authoring experience and adopting the APIs and conventions and configurations of that particular framework. Plugins, I'm not going to touch that. We didn't do anything. Stores, we didn't do Pinegrow stores, but we'll be doing in the next bonus section towards the end of it. Then other ones, app.ts, it's pretty much the same, except for the fact that this is the Astro convention to have an app file separately, and then in Astro config we kind of refer that file as an entry point when we have the Vue integration in Astro, so that it's kind of it's picked up. So essentially the concept is the same. It's the entry file for the Vue app. And then we have the site.ts, which is something important. We need to copy this content across because our navbar is now showing the old pages in Astro. Now let's come back here and check our navbar. It should have changed now. Yes, menu is here. It's beautifully loading the other pages. The reason why it's still showing menu.view is because we didn't change the divs in those pages, which for the sake of clarity, let's change it. About us hyphen us dot view, and the order is order.astro. So I'm saying view order.astro, and the menu page is menu.astro. Order.astro, menu.astro, about us.astro, and index.astro. So that is done. So the other pages now should say the right name in here. So they are looking good. Now that the pages are done, let's come to theme. Theme we already copied across, and we have did that thing with Vue Designer already. So it's down here. ESLint, everything else is similar. We can copy the db.json across just as a reference in the root folder. If we want to, because there could be some API, rate limits when using, and then we can use the JSON as a fallback. Iles config file is the Astro config files, again, quite similar. I'm not sure how to use the site URL in Astro, so I'm going to skip that for now. But essentially, this Astro file Astro config. Since it's a Vite-powered app, you would notice that some of these auto import is across all Vite. It can be used across Vite, all Vite projects, and there's a Vite property that takes in the plugins, and that takes all the other plugins and also have the aliases done. So which is also quite similar to how it is done in Iles. And package.json is important. We need to change the name. Let's change this to Pizzeria -Iles, Astro. So that is done. And of course, I know when we push it to Netlify, we can get a link here, and we can probably change this as well. I'll be anyway pushing it across astro.git and post CSS, readme, tailwind config, ts config. I think that's pretty much it. Now let's that pretty much covers the migration from Iles to Astro. But the key thing to call out is again the same thing, which is we just reused components, and we just looked at what is the gap, and then use the right tool, which is VS Code for the migration, and we handled the gaps, and now we should have a beautiful page, and it's working. And it's all looking good. So now let's get back to Vue Designer. Now let's open the startup page. You should open the hero section. Now the key thing to notice here is it will actually load the app tree, because even though it's an Astro app, we have the Vue components used in the Astro app. So we are still able to, that's one of the reasons I kind of called out, in any Vite-powered app that contains Vue components, we can live design them in Vue Designer. So one thing, it's not showing a hero section here for some reason. It could be probably because it's a bit of a gap between Iles and Astro, but this is, I would call this consider a bug in Vue Designer. We need to make sure that it should show up. The other ones are showing up in the layout. You can see that the layout is not the root, but the layout contains the navbar, the FloatingCart. So that is kind of showing up in the app, because they are all islands essentially. So this is actually the navbar island and the FloatingCart island, and we seem to have lost depending on where we are. Let me try. Another way to actually open components is directly to go into the pages components folder, and then we can actually open those components directly by clicking on the files. So this way we probably can refresh and pay one. But again, we haven't got this perfection done in Vue Designer for all the other frameworks like outside the Vue community. So this is we need to get that hero section in here. So I'll work on that. But you can see that we can actually start up on a Astro project with the layouts and pages done, and then we can sort of have components inserted in the Astro page and as a placeholder, and then we can actually load those components in Vue Designer, and we can have the source DOM mapping and work on them. So and the cool thing I want to show you is I'll reduce the viewport like this. So since it's a Tailwind project, Vue Designer has something called the design panel, which has the primary, secondary colors that we have been using in this template. There is a surprise me button here. What it does is it actually, so let's do before surprising, let's click on this hero image and open the photo browser. And then let's pick another something like a planet, because it's Astro, and let's choose one, or maybe something else, Mandalorian, Mando, and then let's get this picture. So we're going to use that picture as I just selected that, and that was used as the hero image. And what's happening now is the Vue Designer is writing that new hero page to the themes folder, which is tied to the Tailwind config. And what has happened is the primary and secondary were picked from that hero page, hero image, and the theme of the whole app is now changed. As you can see that it's completely changed now. And now let's actually open it in a browser to look at how it looks like. Yeah, so that is our Mando. And then now we've got a beautiful Astro page now. And our components should all work as expected. We've got a nice little card that we have to bring it to the order page and then show the card to check out. And you can see that the secondary colors kind of picked up. And then the other pages also should be in sync because we kind of used the color palettes instead of hard coding the colors in this template. That's a key design decision you want to do when you're working on your app. And the other cool thing now is I am going to save this and leave it as it is, and then I'll actually add a new design. Click on this so that it's kind of duplicates here, and then I'll select the second one. I'll select that, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this surprise me button. Before that, you would notice that the colors are kind of locked, the default colors, but the primary and secondary is unlocked, which means the surprise me, what it does is it'll actually surprise you with the image, a hero image, and obviously the primary and secondary will automatically change based on that hero image, and your app's theme's completely new. So I'm going to save this. I like this, and let's go to the browser again and let's see how it looks like. So this is a new one. So the previous one was Mando, and this is some cool holiday. That's pretty cool. So that's Astro theme 2, and just a spoiler alert, this surprise me button is very addictive. So yeah, but the key thing here is this actually writes to that project DB file that we saw, and you got all the themes as a XML file. So it's that data is actually not locked in any way. Vue Designer is a very open tool. There's no proprietary format or anything. Your project and your workflow and it's all yours. And we are part of the tool stack to actually do what we are best at. Let's not forget to do our thing. npm run lint, and it's going to lint all the files. And then let's do npm run now to make sure that our production actually works. Let's see. And we've got a 3000 open preview. Let's open that, and it's looking good. Our new theme, add to cart, works beautifully. And I like this because it kind of syncs with the pizza color, and production works. So let's now commit this across. Important thing, initialize a repository, obviously, and we'll say this is actually it's a new repo altogether. So I'm going to call it Vue Designer and commit, and I'll also push a branch across to GitHub. So I just pushed it to GitHub and to this GitHub repo, and then also deployed it to Netlify, and this is a production app. Let's add some pizzas to our cart, and it's a lot of pizzas being added, and the other pages are looking good. And try now takes us to Vue Designer, amazing page. And then we've got dark mode, light mode enabled. The other two pages also there. Yeah, so that's Astro, but you did notice the same issue, which is the state, which is like we've got some 8 pizzas now. The moment we navigate to the menu page, the state is not preserved, and the user experience is quite similar because it's still an multi-page application. Let's come back here, and I am going to just replace that link with our new link, just to make sure that we've got a clean repo. I'm going to copy this and replace it in a couple of places because there are some README files as well. And I will say updated I didn't lint, updated with netlify link, and that's our repo. And that's Astro. So yeah, I'll see you in the next one. If you're interested in Vitepress, let's have a look. Thank you. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the second bonus course, bonus chapter. So we are going to convert our Iles app to a Vitepress app, similar to what we did in the previous one, which is Astro. So the same methodology we're going to use. I'm going to dock this to the left and open a new window. I'm going to close this other one, HTML one, and then I'll open a new editor, and then let's go to Vue Designer, open a new project, and this is Vitepress, which is under Vite and Tailwind CSS. Now with Vitepress, it's got a sort of a project setup where the theme, because it is pretty much markdown driven, and the custom theme lives within a folder called .vitepress, and even the config and the entry files as well. Now there are two templates here that we can use. One is the custom project template, which I'm going to use. The other one is the standard project template. I'm going to use this custom one because what I do here is I'll show you actually. Let's go back here, open our terminal, courses, Pizzeria, paste that in, change the name to Pizzeria Vitepress. Press, and then cd, oh, I did something. Too many characters. Oh, okay. So I just need to paste. I shouldn't be cding into it. Pizzeria Vitepress, and oh, I actually cloned it at the wrong spot. I need to actually cd into courses, Pizzeria, and the same command inside this folder. And let's go into our Pizzeria Vitepress one, and then open that in the editor. And now I'm going to dock this to the right. And again, like let me actually show the full view. So the .vitepress one also, I was talking about this. So what I've done in this template is in the config, this is where the config goes. I'm kind of importing it from a file outside that's sitting here called vitepress.config.ts. It's literally the same. Let's actually install meanwhile when we walk through. And then it's literally the same, and it's kind of just imported and defaulted here. And the same with the theme as well. I am importing the config from entry file called app, which is a app.ts, which is inside the src folder. And the only key thing here is that pages have to be marked down. Pretty much everything else is the same. So it's all installed. Let's open the dev server and open the link. And this is not our link. I think there's a conflict in the port numbers between the Iles project and this one. I'm going to cancel the other one. And now let's try refreshing. So that should be the Vitepress one. Again, the same template, quite simple. It is a quick start that shows the README, and then it has two other markdown files that comes with the standard scaffolding of a Vitepress file, Vitepress project. And let's do our thing. I'll dock it to the right. We'll start with our theme from this file, copy, and then replace the one that's in this template, save. The theme is done. And now let's come to Vue Designer, open that new Vitepress project. And our dev server is up and running. Let's open the startup page, and our new theme is applied, similar to how we applied it in Astro. The key thing here is the HeroSection did come in, and the key thing here is that since the layouts can be Vue files, we've got the full picture, except for the page which contains the HeroSection. That's the key difference, which I'll show you shortly. So now that the theme is applied, we can close the app, and then let's come back to our editor, And then let's go through all the files quickly. Tailwind CSS, we had those header tags that needs to be commented out. Actually, it's the other file. Let's comment them out. So the styling is actually in sync. With regards to the components, the base, everything is quite similar. And the base button, base icon, dark mode switch, everything is the same. The delivery, feature section, floating cart are new components. Let's paste them across. And that the hero section should get should be replaced with what is currently now there. Let's paste that in. And then the meta tags are quite specific for the meta framework, so we don't touch that. Navbar, we need to copy the icon across. So let's look from the anchor tag that says Vue Designer. That's the title. I'll replace that. So our logo has come across. The other ones are quite similar. PizzaCard and Pizza Store, and subscribe section, and divider. So those four, let's bring them in. So that's done. Now footer, Vitepress is a Vue framework, so it doesn't support Svelte. So let's copy this footer tag. I'll collapse it and copy that. Because it's just quite static, we can replace the footer in the Vitepress project. Just replace whatever is in the template tag, and that should do. We don't even need this. As a matter of fact, we did not add replace the buttons and links in this footer because it was a Svelte file, but in Vitepress we can do it. So feel free to kind of when you clone this and when you're doing it at your end, feel free to do it in Vue Designer. It's kind of easy to just replace those anchor tags and ones to actual buttons, button components. And then the composables, we've got the cart composable, which we can bring it across. And then the layout, yes, the layout is a key one. With Vitepress, we have the same layout across multiple pages. And what this page does is it actually makes a conditionally because we need to actually do something specific for the home page and the other pages. There's a îles, and that kind of takes care of applying the theme, the layout for the other page versus the home page. That logic is already in here, so I'm not going to touch that, but we just need to bring in a few things, which is the floating cart and the navbar, obviously. So the floating cart would go on top of the navbar. And the key thing is Vitepress doesn't do these client hydration, so I'll remove that client hydration directive. And the navbar, we need to bring it across, and I'm going to say navbar, and we need to paste that in. Now we need a way to find the current route. So similar to Vue, what Vitepress does is it also exposes the use route, so we can use that to get the current route. So I'm going to say const current route is equal to this one, and that should take care of this one, the navbar. I'll dock it to the right now, and the footer is already part of this layout. No client directive have to be moved, and the other one we didn't use it. Modules, skip it, and pages. Yes, this is an interesting one at this point in time. If you look at the template here, there's a readme file. Let's read what it is. Vitepress is in RC stage now, and at this moment setting the pages folder, because there's a config in Vitepress config file that where the markdown files, the pages live, and that is the pages folder for us. And that configuration parameter is called source src directory. and it doesn't seem to work at the moment. I have raised a bug report with them that, you know, setting that folder like pages as src directory is kind of not working. There's a possibility I might be actually setting it wrong as well, because I'm not used to Vitepress much. But as a workaround, it seemed to work if that pages are living in the project root. So that's one of the reasons you would see that index file, and there are some markdown files here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ignore the other pages, just bring only the index page across. So we've got an index.markdown, and let me collapse the sidebar, and essentially it's the same. Basically we import all the components and then bring that across. So I'm going to import all those components, feature section, done, the divider, import them, done, the pizza store, imported, done, delivery section, imported, done, subscribe section, imported, done, and the hero section was already imported. So now that I think I might have done something wrong. Yep. And then now that this is done, we can bring the main tag across and paste that in here. Actually, it has to be like this. And let me indent it back. And we have to remove the client visible, obviously. That's I'm not sure if we can pass props to components from here, but this is technically the script section, so it should ideally work because it's Vue. So I'm just going to bring that across and save that. The formatting is not active on markdown files for now. So that is done for now. I'm not confident it will actually work, and then but let's test it out. The other pages I'm going to ignore it for now because they have some really nice markdown files that is an example in this template, so we could probably use them. So I'll just rename the existing one as menu.md, and there's another file called API examples. I'll call that order. And I will the about us page is the only one I might actually bring to the side. So actually there's a quick start file. I'll change that to about us. So all the pages are moved. Plugins, I'll ignore that. We didn't do anything. Stores, we didn't do anything. We'll be doing stores, Pinia store in this Vitepress project in the next bonus section. So if you want to stay for that. And then app.ts inside the src folder. It's again like specific for Vitepress. This is the way we can add plugins to Vitepress. So that's not exactly the same. Site.ts, obviously we had to bring them across because that's specific for our Pizzeria app. So that's done. Theme. db.json, yes, let's bring that across in our project root to a project root for our reference. And îles.config is quite similar to what we've got here, which is called vitepress.config.file. Again, it's just a meta-framework specific config file. The key thing I want to call out is you notice that we actually imported all the Vue components in the index.markdown file. The reason is at this point of time, the AutoImportComponents folder, a plugin, Vite plugin, doesn't seem to kind of work for me. Probably it could be a Vitepress bug, or it could be a bug with how the AutoImport components are kind of used. So that's one of the reasons I kind of manually imported it. But otherwise, this MD file shouldn't ideally need these imports here because it is a Vue one, right? So the Vite DevTools, so Vite plugin should have taken care of it. That's one thing. And that's the package JSON. Yes, we need to update our name. So let's call it Pizzeria Vitepress. and the other ones we can update next. And then this one I will change the name to the same, Pizzeria Vitepress, and everything else is quite similar. And now that we have done with migrating across, let's try it out. npm run dev. Let's test 5173. Do we have the app? Nope, something is wrong. Index.md file FloatingCart unable to resolve it. Yes, we have to import the FloatingCart in the layout in here. Let's import that in the FloatingCart component, and I'm going to search for client directive if we have left anything back. No, that's looking good. Now let's come back to a home page and refresh. And there's another issue, BaseButton. Yes, FloatingCart needs to import the BaseButton. Let's do that same thing here. Import @/components/ BaseButton. And this is not really required if the auto import worked. For me, it didn't work. That's why I'm kind of doing this. And once this is done in default.vue, I think it should be okay. That's it. There was a setup function, some issue with the the async one, right? So I think we touched on it when we were talking about Iles. In our pizza store page, we have not pizza store, in our index page, we have that call, async call, and that should ideally be under a suspense. There are a couple of ways to solve this, but I'm going to go with the simplest one, which is let's go to Vue Designer, open our startup page, and what I'm going to do is I will double click on this to collapse it, and it's kind of slow at the moment for me. I'm going to go to our layout, and then we've got the navbar up here, and then I'm going to insert a new component as below the navbar. I'm going to call it pizza store async. It's a new component, and we'll add that in there, and then I will delete that from here and save it. Basically, we just created a new component. I don't know, I could have done it in Vue Design in the editor itself. But what we can do is bring that index.md, the whole fetch and getting the async data, bring it into pizza, the new one that we just created, under the script section here. And then we can paste it here, and then we can we can take this tag and then use it as a child of this one in the pizza store async, and then we'll use the pizza store async as a replacement for that. And in here we will do suspense. We just wrap this one with a suspense because that component is fetching async data. So the suspense probably have to be imported from Vue. I'm going to import it here. Import suspense from Vue, and it has to be in a curly bracket. And hopefully that kind of helped. Pizza store has to be imported here. Import @/components/ pizza store. Fingers crossed it works. So let me refresh, and this is an issue with some of the section. The pizza store async has to be imported in index.file. So we've got here async, and change the name of that file as well. That's done. I'm going to go to HeroSection and some other section where the button is imported, which is here. I want to copy that, and we have a subscribe section that's using the base button. I want to paste that here to import it there, and then also the delivery section that is importing a base button, because at the moment the auto import is not working for components for me. Let's go back, try refresh. One more to go or two more to go. PizzaCard and yeah, PizzaCard. PizzaCard needs to import BaseButton, and now refresh. PizzaCard is kind of missing in the pizza store, so let's import that in here. So it's basically a lot of imports that we are doing because the auto import for the components are not working. And then we've got a few base buttons. Feature section needs a base button. Hero section needs a base button. We will go to hero section, and that needs a base button, and a feature section. Go into that, and it needs a base button. And I believe there are some base icons needed now. So this is pizza store needs a base button. Pizza store needs a base button. And obviously, like if we had auto import working for the component, then this wouldn't be an issue at all. Then the pizza card, there are a couple of places. Pizza card needs base icon, but these are all the same file. It's just repeated because there's a v-for on it, so it's not huge change, I believe. The last one, hopefully, fingers crossed. Base icon, that's the one. Base icon. And let's come back here, refresh, and we seem to have done it. But there's a lot of auto import, and yeah, so that was unnecessary. But we have a beautiful looking cart now, page now, and our composable is working. Reactivity is, reactivity wherever we go. But the key thing to notice here is if we've got this issue here. Let's fix that up quickly, which is in our default layout, we have this empty 24. We don't need that, so that it'll flush to the top. So yeah, the hero section is fine now, and it looks clean now. The key thing to notice here is if we now navigate to a different route, our state is persisted. And also, if you look at the performance of this page load, you would note the page is actually not loading. You won't see any reload icon that's running. It's quite snappy. It's so fast, and it's such a great experience because it is a single page application now. Now let's try mobile. I'm going to connect my mobile to M1 Pro, and let's I'll copy the link first, which is over here. Actually, before that, let me actually push it to Netlify. Let's do our thing so that I got a URL to test on my mobile. npm run lint, and hopefully saved all the pages. So I'm going to resave it. And then let's also do some design changes. I'm okay with this, but I'll do a new one. And then let's use our surprise me button. And let's get a new design. I'll actually, so this is the same one that was used for Astro one. So I don't want the same one. Surprise me with something else. And we've got something like this. It's a little grayish, which is fine, but can you keep surprising me? This is a nice holiday. oh, it's a desert, it's adventure. But the colors are actually looking good. Probably change maybe the image alone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock the primary and secondary so that it doesn't change, and I'm going to change the color to maybe something else, something like this, so that just the hero image will change. The primary and secondary won't change. So that's the way you could lock those colors so that we've used a fresh one. I am going to save this. I like this one. Let's duplicate to try another surprise me. As I told you, it is it is addictive. It did not actually use the image for that. So I'm going to try again because I just unlocked it. We've got a green theme now. And then let's wait for the hero section, hero page to open. Yes, it's green with a different font altogether. By the way, it's not just the image. There's some fonts as well that keeps changing. I'm okay with this. I'm going to just change the hero image alone just to something else. Let's say this one. And we've got this pizza. It's not a pizza store, but you get the picture. It's fun to work on this. And now I've done this. I'm going to close this now. Otherwise, I won't stop. And let's now npm run lint, and let's push our repo. I'm going to commit this, push it to GitHub, and come back after deploying it in Netlify. All right, so now I pushed it to GitHub, and then I tried deploying, but deployment is failing in Netlify for some reason. And it seems like it has happened before as well. But what I've done is I just did npm run now, which is simulating the production deploy locally. And that should open how it deploys in production. So that seems to actually work just fine. So let's try our cart. Our cart is kind of, and then when we navigate across, it is persisting the value, the markdown files, and then light mode, dark mode seems to work really fine. So I believe it's something to do with Netlify deploy details, deploy settings, because I've got published directory .vitepress/dist, and the build command is this. So I think it's something to do with that, but I'm not going to worry about it for now. So we have pretty much done Vitepress, so Pizzeria, migration to Vitepress now. So that worked really well. So Vitepress is quite good in the sense like it's an SPA. And if I tested it on my mobile, it was quite snappy navigation because there are no page reloads because it's just one app. So essentially it's a different architecture altogether. So if we look at the dist folder, it will be very different to what was kind of generated for Iles in terms of how it is done. So the page actually hydrates after the initial load, and after that it's just a single page application. But we'll look at the single page application architecture in the upcoming courses for now. For now we won't go into it. But in the next bonus course, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Pinia to this and then explain Pinia global state management. So if you want to hang on, please hang on. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'll see you in the next one. So in this chapter, we'll look at Pinia, Vue's global management solution. We can create multiple stores that is globally shares state in the app. So in here, we do have a menu called order. And then there's a menu in the navbar as well. So it's quite possible that the cart is going to be in the order page as well, where we display the cart. We capture customer delivery details and let them increase the quantity and connect with the payment solution. So essentially, this cart is probably a global state. So what we can do is, in fact, in the composable, it is already keeping it, holding it globally. But another option is Pinia store. So let's go to the stores folder, and then what I'm going to do is create a new store called pinia.ts. I'm going to go to this counter example, copy this, close this, and paste it in this pinia store. And I'll also open the cart on the side so that we know what's the difference from going from the cart to pinia. Sorry, I should be calling this a cart store, not pinia store. So now that we've got the store and the composable, I will sort of interchange them. I'll move the store this side and keep the composable on this side. So what we can do is a store is quite similar to the define prop, define emits. So we've got a defined store that is provided by Pinia. It's auto imported API. What we can do is we can create a store, and it uses the similar pattern. The naming, so it says use, so we'll call it cart store. And then in this file all the way down, it uses the same thing. And it takes a key, which is very important. We want, if Pinia supports multiple stores, and it must be unique. If you're copy pasting stores, make sure that you change the key. And it can have state, which is quite similar to what we have in the cart composable. We can have a ref on a computer. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the our cart across. Now it's part of the store now. And it can also have actions. So as a matter of fact, we can move the computer as well, because that is also reactive values variable. So the cart and cart text is moved. And we can also have actions which are functions and not reactive. So our use cart is actually, our add to cart is actually a function. We can move that this side. Now what we can do is we can do what we do exactly in the composable, which is return, this store returns these three. And then let's save. So what we've done is we have converted our composable into a Pinia store. And let's try using this. So there are two spots we use our cart. One is the pizza store, where we just getting the add to cart to add to the cart. Now let's get that in here. So the way we do it is I'm going to copy this and then paste it below, and then we'll comment the first one, and then say this time we, instead of a composable, we use a store, and our store is called use cart store. And then we are getting that function to add to the cart. And then the second component is floating cart, where we are getting the cart text. So I am going to copy again this one, and let's now import it from our store instead of the composable. And I'm going to say cart text equal to this. And now this has to come from the store instead of the composable. Now that this is done, let's look at Vue DevTools. So this is the production link, and this is kind of running from this side. I need to stop that. But before that, actually, let's stop that. And let's open the dev server 5173. Let's open the DevTools, and then I'm going to go to DevTools, and we don't have islands because Vitepress doesn't implement islands architecture, but it's quite performant. So let's select, you see here up here, there's something called Pinia, which wasn't there before. What Pinia provides is a DevTools, easy DevTools support. So now if we go to our cart, I'm scrolling down to our cart and add to the cart, you notice that it is adding to the cart. So what we're doing now is, instead of adding to the cart that was in the composable, now we're adding to the cart that is in the Pinia store. But you can notice the cart is still empty. Let's look at the timeline, and there's Pinia, and then you can see the timeline will show that it's kind of getting added to the cart. That's kind of helpful. Now let's go to our components and then get to FloatingCart. It is still empty, which we are going to figure out shortly. But before that, this cart, we did not see that in our previous Iles app, as in like in the Vue DevTools. So the reason being, the pizza store is only using the the method. So when we had the pizza store island, the cart wasn't showing up. We were consoling it first time we had the cart as part of the pizza store. But now we are able to actually debug the store as to what values it has. So which is great, because Pinia supports additional DevTools support for stores, and it can be multiple stores as well. That's number one. Number two is the Pinia stores actually also have a bit of an extra code down here, which actually helps with HMR. When we update a composable, since it's an AS module, it kind of reloads the component that requires that data. So your page actually reloads. But with Pinia, HMR is supported. That's number two. So those are like a good developer experience. The third important one is that that whole the floating card is not having this card text reactive. The reason is, let's come to Pinia website and then search for destructuring. So what it's saying is, unlike a composable, when we actually destructure a store, it loses reactivity, and we'll have to use a particular function called store to ref that Pinia provides in order to still keep it reactive. So let's use that. I'm going to say store to ref, and then wrap this call under that. And now this cart text should ideally be reactive. Now let's go back to Vue Designer. I'm going to change that theme a little bit, because they are like really tiny fonts, and I would prefer something bigger. So I'm going to open the starter page and maybe go back to the other one and save this one. And then I'll close the app and come back here. So we've got a different one. So now let's try adding to the cart, and you can see that the cart is actually having the values now. So we've got a Pinia store now. So it's as simple as that. But the key thing is, we can now take this to the order page and display the cart items and go through the checkout process and stuff. So those are the three key things the differences between a composable and a store. But if you think about it, the pattern is quite similar. Even the naming is similar. Use cart store, here we call it use cart. But there are some differences in terms of developer experience. But essentially it's a similar pattern, but the purpose is actually very different. That's what Vue recommends. The purpose is Pinia store can contain reactive or non-reactive global state. It's about global state. But a composable is about reactive logic. I think that's the key word. The reactive logic is what composable is. So a composable can actually exist without a state and just be a single use, and could actually be some logic, reactive logic that multiple components are kind of using. While a store is generally with a state. It can't just have functions without a state to work on. That said, a store can actually get a state from another store or from another composable. So that mix is all possible. But I think like that's the key takeaway, that the purpose of the store is for global state, while the purpose of composable is for reactive logic. It's about logic. And it takes a while to sort of master this. But essentially what we have done is we have converted our cart into a Pinia store. and it's kind of working really nicely. And it's actually the state is persisted across different routes, and we have got a beautiful fast single page. I'm using my double finger on my trackpad to sort of navigate across, and it's just an amazing experience. The navigation is so snappy, and it's working really well. So I think that's a power of single page application. There we are. So that's Pinia global state management with Vitepress. And let's not forget to do our thing. npm run dev. Oh, sorry, npm run dev or lint. I need coffee. And let's we've added we've removed the composable and then added the Pinia store and reported on the both components, and this is a new store, and we did change the theme. So now let's push this across. So this is chapter 40, and if you actually stayed back till this end of this third bonus chapter, you are a legend. And thank you very much. Where's my thank you slide? And thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good day. Bye bye.